This conference will now be recorded.
That doesn't work. Let's try it that way. There we go. All right. Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, November 5th, 2020 at 6:01 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. Sandra, please note we have all of our council members in attendance, including our new one, Mr. Paul Roberts. We will convene into executive session. Number one, we will convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item. This is as needed. B, discussion regarding city manager's performance evaluation, compensation, and employment agreement. C, discussion regarding Lago Vista Property Owners Association request for payment. And D, discussion regarding request to purchase and or sell real property. And we will convene at 6:02 p.m. And we will be right back if there's anybody in the audience.
We won't be right back, but we'll be back.
Yeah, sometime tonight.
Hi, Darcy.
Hi, Rob. How are you doing?
No, so far so good.
That's great. Great. I was really hoping to see you on the other side of this council, but
Well,
there's still time.
oh yeah, oh yeah. I got a bunch of my signs right over here. All I got to do is change that place to a different place, and I'll put them right back
Exactly.
out.
Exactly. I was really shocked though how fast everybody got everything picked up.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. I got to get out there. They beat me to it, and I know that Shalene and um, oh, somebody else picked up a
Oh,
bunch of my fines. Lori picked up a
oh,
bunch of my
Lori.
fines.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's great.
so I got to go get
Yeah.
some more. Got to go get the rest of them. I know they're out there.
Yeah. Yeah. But I was down in Austin yesterday and came back up today and it's all everything's cleaned up and I was like, wow, I'm gonna have to do that more often. Go out of town.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
So
Uh, let's see. Looks like a lot of people are just going to sign in at about 7.
I know. Well, I think they went into council, but I just missed when they were doing that. So I've been signed off. I've got my family here,
Oh, good.
but yeah.
Yeah, don't make them crazy sitting around watching this stuff all night.
Oh, I know. I said I'm probably just going to be on for a little bit just to see what's going on with this meeting.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I got him watching my brother watching movies right now, so he's happy.
It might even be a football game on sometime tonight.
Yeah. Well, it's better than watching the election results.
Boy, yeah, no kidding.
Uh, okay, I'm gonna go talk to him. I'll be back.
Okay, have fun. Bye.
Uh,
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, are we just sitting here?
So the council's in an executive session. And so they open the meeting in this regular session, then they go into executive, and then they come back into regular meeting. So yeah, just waiting for the mayor and the council to come back into open session.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just making sure we're still waiting.
Yes, ma'am, we're still here.
Okay.
Josh, did you what happened to your audience, Josh?
They decided that it wasn't a forum to sit around. I think they all went to watch Green Bay in San Francisco.
Yeah. Can I have permission to go watch Green Bay in San Francisco?
No, Chief already took that role for the city, so no one else gets to do it.
Okay,
One person at a time.
all right.
Am I in the right meeting?
Yeah, I think you are.
Sir.
It's only seat one person.
Well, Paul and I are here.
We all have our video turned off, waiting for you guys to come back, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, but there we go. Now I see it. The only picture I had on my entire screen was Dick. It was all I had. One
Oh,
giant.
that's sad.
I'm telling y'all. I don't know. I go through these 2-hour executive sessions with Paul anymore. Y'all thought it was bad
Don't you even
beforehand.
blame that on me. I was the quietest one in there.
God.
He's already a politician. That's why. Oh,
Oh man. All right. Do we have everybody back yet?
Mayor, you have Tim, you have David, you have Paul, you have Arch, you have Dick, and yourself. Yes, sir. You're set.
we're back.
All right. Well, then I'll log us back in. Okay. All right. We reconvene from executive session into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item. I'm a little update here. I was doing my public comment a little bit wrong for the executive session, but so before I will go through each one, I will see if there's any public comment, and then I'll ask for any action from the council members. So A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item. Is there any question, any comments from the citizens regarding A? All right. Seeing none, is there any action from council?
No action.
All right. B, discussion regarding city manager's performance evaluation, compensation, and employment agreement. Any comment from citizens on B? All right. Seeing none. All right. Any action from council?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that the information given to our legal will be put into a contract and presented to our city manager.
I will second.
All right. I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion by council? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries unanimous. C, discussion regarding Lago Vista Property Owners Association request for payment. Is there any comments from citizens on C? Yes, Paul Prince.
Has there been any public disclosure of what is being requested by the POA? I mean, is there any information that the public has on this other than the 8 words in the subject?
I do not believe anything has been published yet on what they're asking for.
There will be a motion, Paul.
Yeah, but as far as information, like their invoice that they have invoiced this for, I don't believe that has been made.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collins, I believe that was you that made the comment about the motion, which is good. By the time it gets to a motion, there will be then no opportunity for any public discussion. So that's why I was asking if the public knows anything about this before a motion is going to be made.
Nope, the invoice has not been made public. We've just received an invoice. All right, anybody else? Citizens? All right, any action from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
I'll make a
Go ahead.
motion.
Hold on, just one person.
Mr.
Mr. Mayor, I
Mayor,
make a motion that you and the city manager be given permission by the council to meet with the POA and to discuss the amount they are requesting in payment and to discuss the value of return to the city for that money.
I will second that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Okay, hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. D, discussion regarding request to purchase and or sell real property. Any comments from the citizens on D? Okay, hearing none, any action from council?
It's an agenda item.
All right, D will be discussing agenda item number 8, so there is no action to be taken at this time. Sandra, please note, I think I forgot to say the time, but we reconvened at 8:08 p.m. from executive session. All right, so we will now go into citizen comment. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. I have 2 emails that I had received. I don't think either one of these people are in attendance. Oh, no, one of them is. I see one logged in. The other one is Shalane. She had something to do tonight that she was not be able to attend. But both of them are on the same lines, and they are basically asking for the city to extend the deadline for turning in applications for our boards and committees. Give people more time. And we won't be we won't be voting on membership until the next meeting. So we will consider extending those, and I don't see a problem with it. So to answer your
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I believe that I'll be attending the next meeting. Could you possibly postpone that until after the new panel is sworn in?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that,
Well,
Yeah,
when do you swear in the new panel? When does the new panel come in? The new candidates sworn in?
they'll be sworn in as early as the 12th.
Okay.
The
And the next regular council,
regular
sorry,
council the next meeting is on the 19th.
all right, so I will not be attending on the 19th.
Well, that depends.
Oh.
Here's the thing. We pick up the results on the 12th. After the results have been canvassed, the candidates can come in at any time and get sworn in. Now, if Shalane does not come in before the 19th and get sworn in, then yes, you would be in attendance until Shalane gets sworn in. So it is possible that you could start the meeting on the 19th, but
It's,
you know, it just depends.
Yeah. Chances are slim. Well, then I would need to know that so I can turn in the computer and, other things so that she has the equipment she needs for her first meeting or whatever.
Right. And the opinion of myself and those of us who have to deal with the computers and stuff is we would really like for those that have been elected to get sworn in prior to the meeting so that we can start with the full council. We'll have a ceremony for pictures and stuff like that as normal. But we would like to see council members get sworn in prior to.
Would that be the 12th then, or would it be just individuals okay, do me a favor and then send me notice when Shalane is sworn in, and then I will turn in my equipment the next day.
Okay,
All right.
will do. Yes, Paul.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no downside to extending the time frame, for example, until November 10th, prior to the 12th, to allow
December?
of additional to allow for citizens to file more applications to our boards and commissions. I think that's a good idea.
So I was gonna make the public announcement that we would extend it till the 13th, because the 13th is, or the 12th, because that is when
Well,
the packet goes out and the information that needs to get to the council members. So that's another week.
I would be comfortable with it first week of December, and that way you've got time to replace the boards in January.
Okay, well, let's, this is citizen comment. Let's wait until we get to the future agenda items and we'll discuss, we'll discuss extending it when we get to future agenda items.
All right. I just want the entire panel to have plenty of time to pick. That's all.
Right. And I want the citizens also have enough time to apply.
Yeah.
I know we had some issues with some links on the computer that weren't working for the applications and stuff. So we'll extend it. I just got to make sure exactly what the best date is. So.
All right.
All right. So that was the only two that I had that actually signed up. So is there any citizens that would like to make a comment at this time that has not signed up? All right. Well, we will move on then to items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders regarding City Council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. And obviously, right off the bat, we have to say congratulations to the 3 new candidates that were voted in by the citizens. Congratulations. And give appreciation to all 7 candidates who actually put forth the effort over the last 90 days of going through campaigning. And we've been there. We know the stress and time. It's greatly appreciated. It is wonderful to see so many people running for office, and I hope this continues in the future. I hope we have multiple candidates year after year. So thank you all very much. Let's see, I have a community event this Sunday from noon to 4. It's obviously the farmers market is open when they're doing a Veterans Appreciation Day. I believe there's going to be musicians, and they've got some activities set up for Veterans Appreciation at the farmers market this Sunday from 12 to 4. Along those lines, we have Veterans Day on the 11th. The city has nothing official planned, but as I announced at the last council meeting, if there's an organization out there that is wanting to do something on Veterans Day and you need some assistance from the city, some equipment or any kind of support, please get with us and we will do what we can to support anything you would like to do for Veterans Day. I'm at the fire station at that day and I will not be able to attend anything on the 11th personally, but I know staff will be more than happy to support anything. Josh, do you have your finger raised?
Sorry, yes, sir, Mayor. I was just going to say that we would do it similar to how the Trunk or Treat event happened this year. And that was a fantastic event put on by Grace Fellowship Church. And we were able to provide, our police officers were present. The fire department was present. We took cones out there. We donated candy that we would typically have for the event. We have the loudspeaker system that the city purchased this past year. So exactly what you were saying, Mayor, anything that we can do for anyone that wants to organize an event, we'll gladly be a partner and help out. So we did get the most recent order of Pathway of Honor bricks installed by the Parks and Rec Department yesterday. So we sent out information to those individuals that had bricks that they're in before Veterans Day. So anything that we can help in, just let us know.
Awesome, thank you. And community event, happy birthday, Darcy DeVoe.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
That's all I have, Mr. Williams.
Yes, the Lago Vista POA is having a bazaar on the 14th of this month. Dick Weatherly, you have more information on the bazaar by any chance?
I do.
Thank you.
The bazaar is going to be held at the POA RV Park. There will be adequate social distancing. The park is full. We have a full registry of individuals who will be out there selling their wares. There's going to be a lot of stuff to come and see. One of the most important things, the Lions Club is going to be selling hamburgers, chicken sandwiches, drinks, and chips. Right now, the Lions Club is in a bind to make money to support our charity work. And this is an opportunity for you to come out and help support the Lions, support the work that the Lions do in our community. It is going to be from 10 to 4 on November the 14th. That's Saturday. There will be adequate parking. And we would love for everybody to come out, help support these vendors. A lot of these people are in a bind because of the COVID, as well as the Lions. And this is an opportunity to get out of the house, see some few humans in person, and maybe find some things for Christmas. So look forward to everybody coming out and helping us out on the 14th.
All right, so Paul, yes. Paul Roberts.
Two things. Hi, everyone. Two things. November 11th, Veterans Day, the St. Mary's Knights of Columbus and Women's Guild invite everyone to join us in praying the patriotic rosary for the safety and healing of our country, while also honoring our veterans. On November 11th at 5:30 p.m. in St. Mary's Church. Due to COVID concerns, there will be There will not be a Veterans Dinner this year. However, cookies from the St. Mary's Women's Guild will be available afterward. And you can check the St. Mary's Facebook page if you don't want to go and you would like to participate or just watch or participate as you see fit through the Facebook link. It'll be live streamed. The other thing, I noticed something the other night during the election results coming in, and I don't know if anyone else in the community caught it, but I was very impressed by this. The average turnout in terms of votes cast in Lago Vista was about 4,200. By comparison, when you look at the council places in Cedar Park, the average amongst their various council places, the votes cast was about 2,800, and they're a much larger city. So good job, Lago Vista, showing up and voting. That's pretty impressive, I think. 4,200 to Cedar Park's 2,800. Thank you.
I may have been confused.
Yes, Arch.
Mayor, on November 12th at 3 p.m., there'll be a special called meeting to canvass the election results.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right. We will move on. I am going to jump ahead a little bit here. Instead of going straight into our public hearings, I am going to jump down to our discussion items. And I'm going to go to number 13, which is the household hazardous waste collection. I'm doing this because we have Dick Demian in attendance with us again tonight. And I have put this on the agenda. As y'all remember, previously, Dick came and did a presentation and talked to you about what his company offers. I put this on the agenda tonight in case anybody has any questions. It's just for discussion tonight, but if anybody has any questions for Dick, I wanted to make sure you had the opportunity because I'm going to be putting this on the schedule, on the agenda for next council meeting as well for the new council to consider. But I wanted to give you as much opportunity to ask any questions about the program tonight. And again, and I think Dick is already committed to next council meeting as well to answer any questions. That's why that's on the agenda tonight. The household hazardous waste collection, is going to be would be very similar to our trash pickup. It would be a door-to-door pickup. They would come to your house and collect the household hazardous waste, just like the trash company comes and picks up your trash. We have had numerous requests here at the city for household hazardous waste collection, and the closest location I believe we have is in South Austin. So we're trying to come up with something to help out the citizens with their household hazardous waste. And so that's what this program is about. Mr. Demian, one of the questions that I have that was brought to me by a citizen is landlord accounts. When people come and sign up for their utilities, normally all these services are provided at that time. However, we have landlord accounts where they do not pay for trash. They're just paying for water and wastewater. So is there, if we chose to go with this, would there be an option for landlord accounts to opt out of the household hazardous waste portion of the?
Sure. We want to do it whatever makes sense for the city. I would think a landlord account might be a good one to include. Being a landlord myself, I know sometimes when we go in after folks have moved out, we find a lot of paint or a lot of cleaners or things like that that have been left behind. And so if there was a good methodology for the landlords to get rid of those types of items, it seems like it would be helpful to them. That notwithstanding, I would say that it's up to the city to collect that information. So at the end of the month, we're going to call and ask how many customers did we have that month, and you'll tell us if you have active water meters and whatever your number of active water meters are. And then if you choose to include the landlords in that, you'll just include that number when we request it.
Okay. All right. So anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Demian regarding the program? Yes, Arch.
Mr. Demian, assuming that we go forward with this, when could we expect the service to begin? What day would that be?
So if it in fact gets approved on November the 19th, then we can turn in our notice to the TCEQ. We have to give them a 45-day notice. We would be slating to pick you up the first Monday in January, so that would actually be just a couple of days after that 45-day notice. So what we would like to do is pick you up the first Monday of every month. So that'd be a regular system. All your residents would be aware of that and can get on the list for that first Monday of each month.
And how would people know about what time to set their things out for collection?
Right, we would ask everybody to set their items out by 8 o'clock. Now, of course, we're not everywhere at 8 o'clock, but that way we're sure that people aren't just trying to time us and end up missing us and putting items out after we've already driven by. So we just ask everybody to have everything out by 8 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else on council? All right. Citizens, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Demian? Yes, Diane.
You're muted.
Okay, am I there?
There you go.
I don't have a questions because I'm just so in favor of this opportunity for the community. I just think it's an amazing opportunity and it seemed to be very incredibly efficient and low cost. So, but what I would ask Mr. Demian, if he perhaps has for us for tonight, because there's a lot of people on the Zoom tonight, is do you have like a bullet point where you can go over the bullet point of the essence of the situation once a month? I believe that what we talked about before was about 89 cents a month being added to our utility bill, and just a bullet point highlight of by 8 o'clock in the morning that you could like go over in a systematic way that would be comprehensive for us to refresh our memories and the audience of the criteria.
I don't have a bullet point prepared, but I'll be glad to kind of hit the highlights. What we would do is residents would be able to call or go online to get on a schedule for a pickup each month. And in this case, it would be the first Monday of each month. On that appointed day, residents could put their items on their front porch, go off to work, and we'll come by their homes, pick those items off from their front porch, and take them back to our sorting facility in Mesquite. So when the residents come home from work, those items will have been picked up. Very simple, very convenient. The cost for that we charge the city is 89 cents per home per month. And we would just get that number of households from the city each month. They would tell us we had 100 homes on utility water this month. We'd send them a bill for 100 homes times 89 cents. It's really very simple. It's very systematic. It's very easy for residents to use. It's very easy for the city. It doesn't take any personnel, any additional personnel, or any extra equipment, and we handle everything. So it's very user friendly, and we're really looking forward to getting down to Lago Vista.
Thank you.
Now I
Ms.
have a follow-up. Because I want to make sure I understand. Previously, in the previous meeting, I understood that the 89 cents would be on every citizen's invoice, regardless of whether they called for the service on a given month or not. But the way you phrased it just then, I wasn't sure because you were going to get a call from the city as to how many citizens were on. So there was a little bit of ambiguity with regard to how it was used in that context. Is
Okay,
every
well,
citizen, I'll just ask, is every citizen going to be billed every month just the 89 cents, but it's up to them to call in and say, I need it this month?
correct.
Month
You
X,
understand it
sort of a
correctly.
thing. So, okay, so the number of units, so to speak, that your information that you're getting from the city every month, that's just like how many citizens we have. It's not
How many active
citizens
water
call.
meters are in town?
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
clear
so
on
it would be utility accounts, not citizens.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so if we have roughly if
I
we have,
misspoke. I understood.
okay. Yeah, not every
Sorry if I
citizen.
misphrased it.
All right, anybody else?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Liebel.
this contract, what is the terms of it? How many years are we talking? Are there any escalations for next year after next? What can you tell us?
What I could tell you is that it's a 3-year contract, and we do put escalations in the contract just to protect us should pricing go up. But I will say we've been doing this 3 years, and we've never raised anybody's price.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Well, if that's it, then Mr. Demian, I appreciate you bearing with us. We didn't realize we were going to be in our executive session for 2 hours. So it's been a longer night than I anticipated keeping you online, and I greatly appreciate you sticking with us, and I'll be in touch about the next meeting.
Great. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, so now we will go back to our public hearings. Number 3, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing. Consider a conditional use permit application pursuant to section 17 of chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to allow for the addition of a detached accessory building that exceeds the otherwise maximum permissible size and height at 21710 Surrey Lane, which is in Barcade Ranches Plat 8, Lot 8049 Alpha. This is the first consideration of this, and I will open the public hearing at 8:38 p.m. And let me get to my overview here. So this is a resident that lives off of Surrey Lane. They have bought 2 lots behind the lot where their primary residence is, the address on Surrey Lane. They bought 2 lots behind them, and then they combined all 3 of them into 1 lot. And they are looking at building an accessory building that has a fully furnished 1-bedroom apartment in it. I believe it's going to work as a kind of a pool house and guest house. And that is the application. I believe everybody all the maps and everything are in there, so hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to look at the layout as far as where the building would be and stuff. As noted in the summary, this was kind of a unique situation because of it being an accessory building. The height, I believe it shows it was going to be 18.5 feet above the finished elevation. However, if you apply the height elevation to what would normally be a primary residence in that area, it would be below the maximum height of 15 feet. So it was kind of a unique situation for planning and zoning to consider this application based on the height of this house. And I believe there's some more issues. I'm gonna ask Roy. Roy's in here, right?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. There's a lot to this, so I'm going to ask you to, because I don't want to confuse anybody more than what I already have. I'm going to ask you to provide most of the details regarding this one, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. It doesn't, with some minor exceptions, this thing is going to look quite a bit like a single family residence when you see it from Sagebrush. It doesn't have a front door, and it's got, overhead doors on the front. And of course, it doesn't qualify from the living area, but it's designed pretty much like the house, only it's 100% siding instead of the old house was built when we required 25% masonry. So it doesn't have that, but other than that, it looks very, very similar to the house itself. It's large. It's got a big shop and all those kind of things in there. But once again, it doesn't have the appearance of being a large accessory building on a lot with a house. It instead looks like a house on a lot.
All right. And planning and zoning, they reviewed the application, says they unanimously recommended approval at their regular meeting on October 8th. Was there any conditions? Did planning and zoning put any conditions on their approval at all?
Well, the applicant's going to need a variance from building and standards for the driveway. He's got an existing very wide driveway. He's not going to get driveway as wide as he's shown, and he knows that. He's going to have to make it narrow where it crosses the right of way, and then make it wider to his two overhead doors. Flare it out once it's on his property. Got to do that, and they did want to limit it to, the ordinance requires it to be 18 feet above grade, and they wanted to cap it at 19. But you very accurately said, if this were a residence, it would be below the maximum height allowed for a residence. And in fact, P&Z wants to work on kind of cleaning up that standard so it's not as confusing, if you will. So it's similar to the house.
All right. Do I have any questions from council members? David?
Roy, the accessory building is no higher than the house, so correct?
It's higher. It's ever so slightly higher than the existing house, okay. But it's not any higher than it would be allowed if it were a house on this property.
Gotcha.
The house, it falls back towards Surrey Lane, so the house is much lower. The primary residence is.
Okay.
And except for that, it's not, significantly different.
Gotcha.
So as people, there's vacant lots on either side of this, as that street, what was the name, Sagebrush?
Yeah,
As people build houses eventually on Sagebrush, this building would not be any taller than
that is correct.
those buildings adjacent to it because of the elevation
Right.
difference between Sagebrush and Surrey.
If you measure from the high point of the lot, this house is less than 15 feet. But it is 18 feet from the ground right next to it, that is the standard for an accessory building for some reason, not the high point of the lot.
Yes, Arch.
Roy, I'd like to know how it came to pass that P&Z approved an accessory building, which ends up being as big as it is, because we have can only have 50% the size of the main structure as our ordinance reads, and yet this building is 80% the size of the main house.
Right.
So how did that come about?
Well, I mean, that's, if this thing were 50% of the house and a foot lower, it could have just been permitted without approval. I mean, the purpose of the conditional use approval is for, the P&Z to evaluate things that don't strictly comply with all the limitations and to determine whether they think it's appropriate, notwithstanding the lack of strict compliance.
Okay.
Like I said, had this been next to a house, on a lot where it's, somewhat behind it, I'm not sure it would have gotten approved being that size. Like I said, I think it very much the idea that it looks, more like a house on a different street probably was significant. Mr. Prince is here, I think, somewhere. He might be able to add to that.
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Mr. Davila, there were, in my mind, there were two very large mitigating circumstances here that led us, and of course I am currently a member of P&Z, it led us to approve this. Number one, it's actually 3 lots combined, and so there's a lot of land there. So the size of this feels appropriate when you're actually out there looking at it. Secondly, that street that this building kind of sits on, Sagebrush, is completely undeveloped. And we actually joked in P&Z that we thought the P&Z members were probably the only people to have driven on Sagebrush in the last 12 months. There literally is nothing on that street. And the owners made the point that if he had made this into an actual house with services, he would have had to pay to get services on through that whole street, and so it was prohibitively expensive. So when you consider those two factors together, with the fact that the design he had was to look very much like a home, we felt like it was an appropriate situation.
Right. And just for what it's worth, he would have had to add about another 600 or 700 feet of living area. The apartment's not big enough to meet the minimum for that zoning district. It would have had to been even bigger. But
Yes.
he could have done that. But
yeah.
That's understood, but 80% of the size of the main structure strikes me as being exceptionally large. The one thing also that struck me when I looked at what planning and zoning proposed was the idea that Mr. Prince just pointed out that has to do with the cost prohibitive aspect of bringing utilities into that lot. I don't know that we as a city should get into what is appropriate and what is not appropriate in terms of what it costs to do things. When did we get into the business of making decisions based on cost prohibition? I just don't understand that aspect.
unless he built this as a separate standalone residence, we would not allow him to extend the utilities. We would require, as a secondary residential independently, he's got to backfeed this from the main house. We don't, if you have mother-in-law quarters or granny flats, we don't allow you to meter those separately. So, I mean, unless this is a actual independent standalone residence, that wouldn't have been an option open to him anyway.
Well, that, Mr. Mayor, that
Yes.
is a residence by all definitions, correct?
No, sir.
Well, it's nothing. It's three different things, but it's none of each. Is that correct? It's not a residence, not a house, not an outbuilding.
It is an outbuilding. That's what it is. It's an outbuilding that's larger than permitted by right.
With the ability to reside in it.
Well, it has a living quarters, and we don't prohibit that. In fact, we have accessory buildings that are nothing but living quarters, and we require them to be metered from the main house.
But we also have the limitation of 50% of the.
You're correct.
Main Street.
That, like I said, 50% and the height and some other requirements. If you meet all of those, we permit those without a conditional use permit approval. You just get a large accessory building permit.
Yes, Paul Roberts.
Roy, I see the one letter in opposition in the packet. Were there any others that came in late that did not make it into the packet?
No, sir. We publish a deadline with the letter, but we with our mail service, we don't enforce that strictly.
Okay. I don't recall anybody showing up either in favor or in opposition at the planning and zoning meeting, which I attended. Am I mistaken?
You're not.
Thank you.
One other question, Roy.
Yes, sir.
I believe that if I looked at this correctly, what's happened here is the main structure, that property was combined with two other lots,
Right.
making it three lots together.
Right.
And would this not be a double fronted lot,
Yes, sir.
being a single lot after the three were combined?
Right. He has to respect the requirements of the front yard on Sagebrush Trail. That's not a rear property line for ordinance purposes.
Right. So it's a double fronted lot. So what's going to happen on the back side?
The backside that's common to his own property?
Well, I mean, the part of the property that would now be on Sagebrush.
Right. Well, he intends to apply for a variance to allow him to put a driveway there. Right. But it has a front yard and it meets the setback requirements. There's no encroachment there. It's a 25-foot setback from Sagebrush.
Okay. Thank
Anybody
you.
else? All right. I'm trying to look. I was trying to look around. Mr. Paul Donnelly is the applicant. Is he on here? I've got caller 3 waiting on name. I've got lots of initials. Okay, I know he had texted me earlier. But I was thinking he was going to be in attendance to ask questions.
Yeah. Well, all right. He did in fact contact me a long time ago. I haven't heard from him recently, but I did give him the date.
Yes. Well, he had texted me earlier saying that he was having difficulty logging in with the link.
Oh, I got you.
So I don't know if he was able, but I don't see him. Okay, so we won't ask him any questions. All right. So at this time, if that's all I have from council, is there anybody, any citizens that have any comments? Yes, Diane.
I have a question. Again, am I muted? Darn it.
Oh, you're good.
I'm good. Oh, okay. Again, for clarification, because I am again seeing ambiguity in the choice of terms here, so that I don't understand this on page 14 where it talks about the relevant ordinance provisions, and the first part, first bullet point, and it makes the reference as others have tonight, limiting the size of the accessory building to 50% of the floor area, in quotes, of the principal residence. And the current proposal is instead almost 80%. And then we'll skip over the section about the heights. The next bullet point comes what I thought it was coming back to the point in the number 1 bullet point, where it talks about, but now it says that the applicant's site plan asserts that the proposal result in, now it says impervious surfaces that represent only 11% of the total lot area. However, that calculation fails to include the 3,343 square feet of impervious surfaces that are associated with the primary residence. And regardless, the actual total of approximately 21% is still well below the 50% maximum allowed in all single-family residential zoning districts. My question is, we're talking, in this paragraph is talking about impervious surfaces, which I take that to believe whatever they have concreted in, not just the floor area as noted in bullet point number 1, and it's referring to a 50% maximum. So it looks like it's talking about the same 50% maximum, but the verbiage is calling it something else. So is it not the same? Are there different 50% maximums that are called into play here? So, and I'm misunderstanding the reference?
Yes, slightly. So on a residential lot, impervious cover can only be a maximum of 50%. In the plans that he submitted the area of the accessory building, 2,064, which would represent 11% of his total lot. Those 3 lots combined, which is now 1 lot. But because they are combined and it's actually 1 lot, you actually have to add the 2,064 to the main house. And when you do that, the total of those 2 combined actually equals 21%, but it is still below the 50% for the impervious cover. Now, the other percent that you're talking about, the 80% on our accessory,
over and above 50%.
Yeah. So that has to do with the size of the accessory building in comparison to the primary structure. Doesn't have anything to do with the impervious cover. So normally accessory buildings are not allowed to exceed 50% of the primary structure. But in this case, they're asking for a variance or a special conditional use permit, and that is why it has come to planning and zoning for consideration, and now to council for final consideration, because they are over the 50% for an accessory building. But those are 2 separate.
Two separate 50% references.
I'm sorry?
Are they 2 separate 50% references?
Yes.
They're not pertaining to the same thing.
Right. One pertains to impervious cover. The other pertains to the relationship to the primary residence. 2 different things.
An actual floor area. Okay, so all of this brings into to question for me, a basic question for making exceptions in general, is that how would, in thinking forward and evaluating the kind of the validity of an exception when we all, in whatever arena we're in, make an exception, how would this exception play out as a precedent-setting exception in the case of a potential case going forward, wanting an exception themselves in their scenario? It may not be exactly what, but like you say, this is all undeveloped on the street that faces that accesses the back of the two new lots. So
everything is,
how,
each application is considered upon its own merits. Nothing sets a precedence for anything other than the fact that, yes, they got this one, this application was approved, but that does not mean that your application necessarily would get approved. Everything is done on a case-by-case basis. And
but from a human perspective, and
you can't say just because so-and-so got theirs approved that mine should get approved.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there would be a rationale, and kind of, in my mind, that's how our humanness works in trying to solve out, figure out problems. Is there someone coming up in subsequently is going to look at where they find similarities, and in trying to be consistent with, in a governing body, trying to be consistent, have some sort of consistency, I would think, of how you make your, I don't mean you personally, how an entity makes its exceptions. That I'm just saying that that's a train of logic that I would think is part of the decision-making process. So I wondered if that was the case, if it had been part of the decision-making process.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I do not believe it was, but I was not in attendance at the planning and zoning meeting. So, but I do not believe it was. And like I say, each application is considered on its own merits, and it should not have precedence on any thinking by a committee. So, yes, Tim.
This is for you and Roy. When they add the driveway, how does that impact the impervious cover?
It's included. It's so far below what's allowed. I added up all the driveways, and I even added them up as shown, but it's much larger than realistically they'll be able to get. But you've got that one entirely blank lot. I mean, that's with 0% on that. That skews the math so fast. It'd be hard to even scare the 50%.
Yeah, I just think this thing is cobbled together here. Thank you.
Yes, Arch.
I just wanted to add that I have the same concerns that were just voiced by Deanne John-Joe Penn. I disagree with you on the idea that this is not precedent setting, because if I want to do something similar on one of my lots, then why couldn't I do that? I would have a rational argument for saying if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
I don't know. To me, it should not set a precedence. Again, each application is separate. But I guess that would be something to be considered at the time of the application. Yes, David.
One of the things that I've had to watch with P&Z is that they do not look at it as this one sets precedent over something else. They look at what the area looks like. Is it blocking a view? Is it, so each one is looked at individually. It's not looked at that this is a precedent setting event. That's been one of the hardest things that I had to learn in being part of P and Z and watching them operate is that they really do look at it individually and not as a collective, that this one sets the precedent for the next one. They don't even look at it that way. Thank you.
Yes, Arch.
Yes, with regard to the statement just made by Councilor Williams, P&Z simply makes recommendations. The precedent setting would occur at the actual approval, which would be at our level, not at the P&Z level.
Right. Well, we have, over the years, have approved several conditional use permits for applicants and denied others.
Correct.
If anything was precedent setting, we would have to basically approve every single application. And that simply is not the case, because every lot, everything is completely different. The elevations aren't the same, the views aren't the same, nothing's the same. So each application has to be considered individually.
From an argument standpoint, can we look back at any of the prior approvals of conditional use permits where there was someone that asked for and received permission to build an accessory building that's 80% of the size of the main structure on that property? That's a challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been approved or not. We would have to look that up.
Arch, the other thing is we haven't had an application that has come in front of P and Z where we were talking about 3 lots at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I mean,
and I don't remember the exact math, but I can tell you, Mr. Elliott's lot on Green Park included a very large accessory building that was well in excess of 60% of the size of the house. And it was on 2 lots.
In my mind, the number of lots has no relevance here.
Right.
It has
Well,
to do with the,
let me put it this way. I don't know if it was quite as high as this, but it was very high.
yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of the floor area. It's considerably lower.
It was considerably more than 50%, Mr. Elliott's was.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Weatherly.
The thing that matters here is how this is going to look and how it's going to affect the neighbors. The only one that cares how much of his house square footage this thing is the individual building it. The people around it care about how much of the lot does it consume. And I can guarantee you, having gone and looked at these lots, this thing could be twice the size of his house and it still wouldn't consume enough of that lot to even hardly make a dent in it. This is a huge area. If the guy wants to spend the money to make something that big an accessory building, as long as it's not going to block the view of his neighbors, as long as it's not going to interfere with movement down streets or around it, what difference does it make? He came to us asking for an exemption. All
He
these
has a
things
neighbor that says it's
I
blocking his
will
view.
build. Will you let me do it? We have ordinances to control these things to make sure that if someone wants to build the bigger building, it comes to us. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, which is to come to us to make the decision. Those
There's no
ordinances
argument there.
are there to control everything.
There's no
And he
argument
has a
there.
neighbor. Yeah. He has a neighbor that is not agreeing with it. He says it blocks his view.
I don't know how it could block his view.
Well, that's what they put in their letter and said no. That's the neighbor.
Yes, they did. There was one that says was put in place to protect the view of many. So when planning and zoning is looking at that, and when we're looking at this, If that was a house, it would be permitted because it would be below the maximum allowed. So this is not doesn't block their view any more than what if that was a single lot and somebody built a house on it, this building does not block their view any more than that house would.
Well, we already know it's not a house.
Nice.
So the height and the blocking the view, I don't know that is necessarily relevant. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yes, and while you generally consider each of these one at a time, the matter of precedence is an important thing that you do need to consider. When I was on the Board of Adjustments, we had a checklist before you could grant a variance. And on that checklist, the person had to meet various requirements. One of which that I thought was most important was, is there a geographical reason that they cannot abide by an ordinance? You know, is there a grade too steep? Because we got all kinds of geographical obstacles here in Lago Vista that can screw up any ordinance that you could think of. But and that is why they say you consider each one separately, is because all real estate is different. Each little chunk of earth is different from another chunk of earth. The question that I would have here is, are there any geographical obstacles that come into play here? Specifically grades, lot sizes, things like that. Obviously, you know, if somebody wants an exception because you can't the lot is so small, you can't put a house of the appropriate square footage on it and meet the setbacks, then that's a really good reason to come and get a variance, which is effectively what this is. You've got an ordinance, and what they're doing is saying, we want to be able to disobey this ordinance this one time. So, you know, the question I think that would be relevant to ask Roy is there some sort of a geographical uniqueness to this particular piece of property that requires that an ordinance to be set aside to do something that would otherwise be legal? Or are you just doing somebody a favor? Because precedence is important. Even though you look at each application one at a time, all things being equal, one guy shouldn't get something and another guy shouldn't get denied if they're trying to do the same thing. I hope that made sense. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think you need to look into this a little deeper, and you need to look anytime you set aside an ordinance, a law. You're allowing somebody to do something that is not a legal right under the law. It violates a particular law that you guys actually voted on. So, you know, they should be granted sparingly, and there should be a good reason to set aside a law in any circumstance. That's, you know, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but there is precedence needs to be considered, because if you do have somebody with very, very similar circumstances and you deny them, then believe me, they're going to bring up precedence, and it's not going to be one of your boards that's going to try to decide it. It'll be a court that tries to figure it out. That's just a word of caution.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Aaron.
I just want to point out that the requirements, the factors that are considered, there are no specific defined factors to be considered for approving a conditional use permit as there are when you're considering a variance. The factors that Mr. Durbin pointed out apply strictly to variances, and he explained, you know, the requirements for a variance are very strict. Those considerations go before the Board of Adjustments, not before this council. That's not what you're considering tonight. So you're not looking at the requirements or the factors in section 11 of the zoning ordinance. You're looking at the requirements under section 17, conditional use permits, accessory use only. So that particular section, the standards or the things that you're supposed to look at, are a little different than what Mr. Durbin just pointed out. I don't want us to get off track and start applying a standard for this application that doesn't apply to it. His point is well taken that you do want to make sure there's some rational basis for your decision. That's the legal standard. So you can't, for example, he pointed out not doing favors. That's not really a rational basis for granting a conditional use permit. You want to look at the conditions of the property, the context in which it exists. Roy pointed out the specific requirements that would typically apply, meaning looking at comparing the height of that accessory building to what you would look at as if it were a home. That is a good comparison point. Pointing out the impervious cover requirements would not be exceeded even when you considered the primary residence. Those are the factors that would typically be considered if this particular structure had been looked at and was alone and had not on its own lot and not in context with the other two lots for which it had been combined. So just want to make sure we don't get off track and start applying standards to this application that don't apply to this application.
All right, thank you. Yes, Arch.
Yes, so let's get back to the idea of a conditional use permit. The permit that we're talking about here is not simply a shop. It's not a garage. We're talking about a structure that has living quarters in it. That makes it much more like a home. So why was this not applied for as a second home on that particular property instead of going the conditional route base?
I think that was touched on.
All right.
Roy.
Yeah, in fact, the ordinance specifically recognizes it identifies a large accessory building that is strictly a garage and has different standards for it than it does other accessory buildings that can include a variety of spaces, including living spaces. It's a misnomer to think that there's anything in the ordinance that restricts secondary living quarters in an accessory building. That's not true. We have them. Now, some jurisdictions do restrict that, but ours doesn't.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, we're not taking any action on this tonight. This is the first meeting, council agenda meeting, in which this appears on the agenda. This will be on the next meeting as well, correct?
Correct.
Great. So everybody has time to go look at the property. Everybody can do their homework, and I suggest we move on.
Well, and for what it's worth, I've spent the time looking up Mr. Elliott's accessory building that was approved. It's larger than this one. by about 400 and something square feet. I don't have the size of his house, however. It was built before we had an MPN.
Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yes, I wanted to concur with what Aaron said. This is not a variance. It is a conditional use, but I still need to caution what you're doing is you have an ordinance that would otherwise prohibit this, just like you do when there is a variance. And what the person is allowing for is an exception to the law. And you may have different standards for that in this case, as opposed to other cases, but the fact that you are allowing somebody to do something that normally would not be approved or normally would not meet the standards of the law is in terms of precedent setting. I don't think it makes any difference. The standards are the standards you have written are different. Whether they should be or not, I don't know. But in any case, you're right. The conditional use permits are different standards, but I still think you would be the reason that the precedents. If you take a look at each individual thing at a time, each individual situation at a time, is because each piece of land is different, and that is, I think you need to have a darn good reason to let somebody not follow an ordinance. But Aaron's exactly right. It is a different set of standards. Whether it ought to be or not, I don't know. But that's like I said, I wasn't trying to tell you what to do. I was just trying to tell you to be careful.
Thank you. Mr. Prince.
I appreciate Mr. Roberts' comments that encouraging you all to go out and look at the property and think about it. In planning and zoning, we actually went through this in 2 separate meetings, so it wasn't a short discussion. Let me just say this, and then I'll encourage you to go investigate it some more before making a future decision, which I guess I'll be involved in. The first thing is that what is proposed by the owner in some ways is neither fish nor fowl. It's not a home, and it's not a 50% sized outbuilding, as Mr. Davla's rightly pointing out. When we looked at it and the way things were, and thinking about future homes that hopefully will be built on sagebrush at some point in the future, we also considered what they would be looking at if it was a 50% sized outbuilding versus something that looked more structurally like a home. And in many ways, we felt that what he was proposing would be a better neighbor to future homes in the area. So that was part of the thinking. As I said, it was a hard decision, actually. We spent a long time talking about it and ultimately unanimously agreed with this. And you may conclude otherwise, but I'll encourage you to spend some time thinking about it.
All right. Thank you. So is there any more comments, questions at this time? All right. Well, I will leave the public hearing open, and we will move on to agenda item number 4. The Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map for the property commonly referred to as 19517 Boggy Ford Road, and consisting of approximately 12.137 acre portion of the current Tuscany Cove, Plan Development District, and hereinafter to be referred to as Phase 1A of the Firefly Cove Plan Development District, in order to change various general provisions of Ordinance 07-100404 and to modify the uses and development regulations specifically applicable to the tract formerly designated as CA4. And I will open the public hearing at 9:24 p.m. All
All right, so number 4, this is where we have a subdivision plan development district over off of Boggy Ford in Draper's Cove. This is a plan development that has been in existence since 2007. It was originally a 320 acre PDD, I believe is the size of it. And they are looking, this application is they're wanting to take a small portion of that 12.137 acres and create, I guess the whole thing is going to be renamed Firefly, but this one section, they're looking at putting in a single street with 20 lots on it, on this 12 acres. And having that zone differently for, they're asking for the SF single family category A designation for the 20 lots on this one street, 20 single family residential lots. Right now it's approved, right now the way it's zoned, it's got for boat and trailer, RV storage, that kind of stuff, and they're wanting to change it to single family lots so that they can put houses, single family houses on that. I believe if I read correctly, these lots have not been platted just yet.
That is correct.
So Roy, if you don't mind providing us with some more details on this one as well.
Just some background. Once again, it's actually 281 acres roughly, the entire development. It included a myriad of uses, some of which were commercial, some quasi-industrial. These guys are going to change it into 100% single family with a lot of open space and trails. Other than an amenity center for the residents that are there, those are the only uses that will be there. However, there was a bunch of complications with the legal description, even the annexation ordinance, some CCN boundaries, and basically it was the staff that kind of said, well, look, we need to work some of this out. There was also a big concern about doing anything that connected to Boggy Ford Road without having a full-blown traffic study. The old traffic study, too many things had changed. The uses were going to be different. So we kind of pushed them into a small tract that could serve as phase 1A and not connect anywhere other than an improved Draper's Cove. And it would serve those 20 lots, and everything else will have to follow when all the traffic study is done. Now, we've worked out all the other complications, and that is in fact the only other thing that is left to be done before you see all the other phases in front of you. But that's why the 20 lots, and that's why they're there, because it could operate without connecting to Boggy Ford Road.
Okay. And planning and zoning also reviewed this and unanimously recommended approval at their last meeting, or at the October 8th meeting.
That is correct.
Okay. Is the applicant for this one, are they present?
Yes, sir. I believe they are.
Oh, there he is. Hello, Mr. Costa. Is that, am I saying that correctly? Okay, you're muted, so if it's time, if you'd like to unmute yourself, and if you would like to address the council with your application.
Certainly, thank you. Get to where I'm at here, and we'll go on. Also with me tonight is Nick Sandlin with Sandlin Services. He's our civil engineer. He's on the call. And then I Actually, my son, Luke Gosta, is a vice president and partner in this project, and he's also in attendance. My name is Dirk Gosta. As you noted, I'm a principal with Sunrise Company. Just brief history, we've had a career of building country clubs and retirement communities throughout the Southwest, mainly in the Palm Desert area, Vegas, and Houston. Built over 14,000 homes. So I'm kind of an old man, but it's been fun. Notably here in Texas, we built Royal Oaks Country Club in Houston. That was about 1,000 units and an 18-hole golf course. In my past 5 years here in Austin, I've been president of Brookfield. I'm no longer president of Brookfield. I tried to retire a year ago and that didn't work out real well. But for 5 years, I ran Brookfield. They were the largest developer in Central Texas. Notable projects are Eastern Park, which is about 12,000 homes down near the airport, and then Kissing Tree, which is a 3,000 home retirement community in San Marcos. So just a little history about me. You know, I'd like to say thank you to Roy and Aaron and Eric from your development services team. This was kind of an old PD that had a lot of dust on it. And I want to thank them for their patience and help in just clearing up how we got from 316 acres, which I think it originally was, down to 281. We figured all that out. I think Roy did a great job in the packet describing what we're trying to do. And given that it's 9:30 or later, I'd suggest I just turn this back to the development services team and to you to try to save some time. It's a fairly simple project of 20 lots. And unless there are, you know, I'd yield it back to the council.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to open it up to council to see if they have any questions or comments for either Roy or for Mr. Gosta. Yes, Mr. Collins.
Oh, Mr. Gaza,
Yes.
we're wanting to put in 1,100 square foot homes. And I think that's small. My daughters live in a 2-bedroom apartment that's 1,200 square feet. So that's below our minimum. Also, do I understand that there's no sidewalks or street lights? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. In our communities over the past, we have, whether it be Royal Oaks in Houston or thousands of units in Vegas, we've found that landscape lighting and lighting on the house, which we require in our CC&Rs, is a much softer light. Given kind of dark skies and respect for that, we would consider putting street lights if we had 2 roads that intersected that carried a lot of traffic. But as far as just a local collector or a local street for homes only, we found it works better without them. People in the streets actually are a calming device. Everybody gets used to it. They walk in the streets when they walk, which is really no different than goes on in Lago Vista now. People ride bikes, walk in the street because there are no sidewalks.
Well, the lakeside, which is something I compare you to, does have sidewalks, and there's always been a beef that we don't have sidewalks. So, I mean, I know you've got a limited amount of room, and I won't be here next week or next meeting, so take that for what it's worth, but I would like to have sidewalks. And I would like to have a little bit larger property. It's going below our stand. It's going below our well, it's going below our minimum size dwelling. And that's pretty much my comments on that, Mr. Gaza. I think that's with your background, it sounds like it would be a plus for Lago, but I think sidewalks are warranted and then size of the house. Thank you.
Sure. If I may respond to the size of the house, 1,100 is our smallest house. On what we call kind of our standard lots, we'll go up to 2,500, all in the first phase. And then we also have, as part of this, around 50 estate lots, and those will start at about 2,500 and go up to 4,000. So it's a variety of product. This is kind of the lower end of the site, if you will. Half of the lots back up to the storage that's immediately to the north, and that storage is about a 15-foot wall in the building sitting on an 8-foot wall of foundation on our property line. So the backyards of those northern lots that we're proposing are not attractive. So that's why we're putting smaller, more affordable houses. We have 2 of those also, because while you think it's often, you know, people that don't have money, more often what we found, it's small families, but also old guys like me that want to retire, don't want a big house, tired of paying those taxes. And we anticipate that to be 40% of our market would be retirees and pre-retirement. Another 40% will be young families.
You need to talk to my wife.
I'll talk to yours if you talk to mine.
Yeah, my wife does not want a retirement size home.
Yes, Mrs. Weatherly.
Thank you. Mr. Gotha, 1,100 square feet. Are we talking about a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom? What?
1,100 square feet is a we have one at 11. We have another that's 12. Both of those are 2-story. One has a master down and one up, and the other has the master and 2 bedrooms up. So I mean, one's a 3-bedroom, one's a larger 2. The larger 2 is really for pre-retirement. We have sold, in communities where, like Royal Oaks, where the average price was $800,000. There was always a demand for people that have done well in life, as I kind of alluded to a minute ago. But, you know, if it was up to Mr. Collins and myself, I would have a 2-bedroom house and with a master and a guest room, and I'd probably turn the guest room into an office. But there is demand for that. There's demand for Kissing Tree was a retirement community that I developed, and I've had a lot of experience at. So while you think it's a small house, 2 bedrooms actually makes it kind of a, you know, it's just what they want. That same buyer you think is going to buy the same house will spend $50,000 on options in the house to make it look just like they want. So it's not necessarily a cheap house. It's what the buyers demand, or not demand, it's what the buyers want.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Council? Yes, Arch.
Thank you very much for attending this meeting. I would like to pose a couple of questions to you. The first one has to do with the site plan and context considerations in your application. You mentioned that there's going to be a traffic impact study that's going to be done. Do you have any sense about when that will be completed?
Luke, we have already commissioned that. And Luke, can you tell me when the date is?
Yeah, we just kicked that off, and I think our transportation engineer gave us a 45-day timeline, and the majority of that timeline is related to traffic counts. So they're starting that process, and we actually had a pre-development or pre-meeting with the city already on that last week, I believe.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. I have a secondary question, which has to do with Drapers Cove Road, which is going to be the main road used to enter this phase of your development. You mentioned that that portion of that road, Drapers Cove Road, is going to be developed or improved rather. Do you have any sense about when the improvement will take place, and how much of an improvement are we talking about?
Certainly, it will go, I want to say, around 300 feet down the street, down Draper's Cove to our entrance. You can kind of see it, I believe, on the site plan. So all of that from Boggy down to the entrance and a little past that will be improved to full city standards. We're leaving a lot of room in that right of way because we're not sure whether that's just a lane in and a lane out, or whether we're going to need a right in and a left out. The traffic impact analysis will show us that, but we'll have plenty of room should we need to expand it later. It will go in and be done before the first house is occupied, which we think is, we'll break ground, we're hoping January 1st, February 1st, someplace around there. So a 4-month construction, it'll be open May, June.
Thank you. I have one other question. I know that this is only the first of several parts of your phase 1. As you develop phase 1, will you continue to improve Draper's Cove Road?
Yes, sir. All the way through our property, which is 90% of the way down to the lake.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Roberts.
Hi, Mr. Costa, what percent masonry are these tiny homes going to have?
That answer, we do things a little, I guess, differently to mix up the street. And this was, Roy and I have had a lot of conversation about this. So while we have 5 plans in our first phase, each plan has 3 different elevations, either hill country, a modern, or a farmhouse. Those are generic names, but the farmhouse will actually have none, whereas the hill country will have the most. And it just varies between how we position on the lot. So we have 3 architectural styles for each house, and then we have at least 3 different, call it color schemes. So we'll have different stone on one house with different colors of siding or trim, and we do the same thing with the other 3. Then we mix those up on the street, both in, you can't put the same plan right next door to the other one. You have to stay a certain distance, a certain number of lots away. And then we also take the front setbacks a little closer to the street than is typical. We stagger the houses along the front street. So some will set back 5 feet, some will set back 10 feet behind the setback line. And what that does is it breaks up that monotony of, a bunch of a barracks, of a bunch of small houses along the road, and and then you got a mixture of architecture. What we've found is if you keep architecture at least consistent to the style and mix it up and then landscape it well in the front yard, it's a great street scene. Every house has a front porch that's big enough for 2 chairs and a small table. So we find a lot of people kind of live a lot in the front of the house in these smaller.
What of those different styles of homes that you just mentioned, all of those are for your phase 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the masonry mix across those?
Pardon?
What is the masonry mix percentage on those? Are these homes going to be primarily 20%, 40%? I know you said one of them would have no masonry.
Yeah, I would say the farmhouse, for example, will have none, but on the other hand, it will have a good portion of the roof will be metal roof. And while then the hill country will have stucco and stone, and I would say the masonry on that is probably close to 50%.
Okay. And is that 50% the highest mix you've got on these different plans?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One thing to consider is that they are smaller lots, they're closer together. So you're not going to see much of the side of the house. So it's, we don't do a lot to make, we wrap the masonry around, but with the houses closer together in a smaller neighborhood. You know, running masonry down the side of both houses is not going to get seen by many people. So we focus on the front and the rears.
My question would be, what are y'all wanting to do with La Vista?
You haven't been recognized. I don't know who that is.
Audrey, public comments will open up when council's done, and then you can have 3 minutes to speak, address your questions to the mayor. Sure. These lots, these are, I think I read somewhere that they're going to be 40-foot wide lots. Is that correct?
First phase is 40 and 50-foot wide.
Okay. Why, you said that your final, I think you said your final phase will have homes starting at 2,500 square feet. Why not start with the larger homes before these first homes? And then the second part of that question is, how can we as a council and as a city be certain that if you're move forward with phase one, you are in fact going to build out those larger lots, such as you're telling us, but we don't see that in the packet?
I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, in this world, I think we've learned, especially this year, that nothing is for certain. And so I can't sit here and say, well, I guarantee you we'll build every lot out there. However, have a pretty good track record of doing that for a long time. We put the estate lots, we call them, which are around it, depending on how deep we make them. But, you know, they're more similar to most of the lots in Lago Vista. They'll be 80 or 100 feet wide. And we mix those in. So you'll see as we bring the plan in, I think Roy has seen different versions and can attest that what we try to do is not say, well, let's put all the big lots over here. Let's put all the poor people over here and divide it up. We try to get consistent architecture and styles and mix it up some so that your community feels like it's different by everybody. Again, I go back to when we expect 40% of these to be retirees. You know, this is not about I want a house because I'm poor and I can't afford the big house.
I heard you make that point in planning and zoning that you thought you're expecting a large number of these homes to be large, being 40% being sold to retirees. In light of everyone moving from the suburbs and the exurbs right now, and 51% of companies willing to hire people to work permanently remotely, house demand for housing right now is off the charts. We're at multi-decade levels. Demand outstrips supply. People are moving out to the suburbs, the exurbs, such as we're known as, and they want offices, they want yards, they want space. Why do you think it's 40% old retirees and not 10%?
Market research, looking at what's sold in the market in the last 2 years. You know, I have data on 2018, 2019 for both new home sales and resales. I can tell you that and each of those, I mean, you can get it from MLS and we pull it down. The average size house out here is that sells is about 1,700 for new and about 1,900 for resales. Three bedrooms, 2 baths is kind of the average. So what we're trying to do is start below that and go above that. So we'll start in the, 220. Well, we'll have a small house at 199. There won't be many of those, but we start really at 225 and go to right now 375.
Thank you. Roy, I don't recall anybody at the planning and zoning meeting speaking out in opposition of this. Has anybody contacted Development Services since the planning and zoning meeting and voiced any type of opposition?
No, sir. We've had questions, but once they heard what it was, they were all happy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you for entertaining my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Gazda, so we're looking at, this is Mayor Tidwell, we're looking at phase 1A here. And I was trying to look at the map. I've got this colored map on page 59. I don't know if you have, how much of the 280 or 315 acres, how much of that is phase 1, or is what we're looking at just phase 1?
What you're looking at is phase 1A, and then phase 1B we'll have ready for submittal once the PDD is approved. And that's about another 60 lots, and that's a mix of every size. This is just the first street, allowing us to get moving quicker. Our original submittal was actually over on Boggy, in the middle of the property, close to the new corner gas station there.
Okay.
And Roy and the staff was concerned about, okay, we had 2 entrances off of that road, off of Boggy, and it was 82 homes, and we had a mixture of, we had 11 very large estate lots with views. We had a bigger mixture of product, but that was, you know, the lots had views. So they kept saying, well, they were hesitant to do this without a TIA update. And so he said, can you move to someplace easier? So we moved over here on the corner simply because it's easier to get to. And he said, well, you can do 20 lots on a single street, and for fire consideration, safety consideration. So that's why you see what you see. We will have a plan, RPD for the PDD amendment. We have ready, but we still need traffic counts. We need the traffic study back. So, I mean, we'll hope to come before you 90 days from now with a whole plan. I think, you know, that'll explain things a lot better. The old plan had a lot of lots that were in a lot of topo. And what we've done is tried to take about the same density and pull it back up onto the flatter portions of the property and stay away from the steep portions of the property, because, you know, there are a lot of trees out there, a lot of good stuff. And so that's the other thing that's kind of causing the density, the lots to get smaller, is to maintain the density yet stay out of kind of the heavy topo.
Well, and simply, we were afraid to guess on the traffic study and get it wrong and have a problem we couldn't work our way out of. That was the staff kind of pushing that pretty hard.
Well, and I was kind of following up on, you had mentioned the houses that are planned for 1A. I think the question was, is this going to be the same for phase 1? I just want to make clarification. When you get to phase 1B or 1C or whatever, they're going to have different houses there. You're not looking to replicate this entire, like, phase 1 and all the other phases. Is that correct?
We have 5 plans that fit on these lots before you, and we will continue those into phase we call 1B, but we'll also bring in estate lots into that phase. And so there'll be a mixture of product.
Okay.
You know, just kind of on data, if you look at how many home sales over 400,000 a year in town, it's smaller than you think. I mean, it's less than 10% of the sales. Yes.
Yes, Arch.
Mr. Mazda, I sat in on the P&Z meeting that was just held recently, and so I think I'm privy to some information that has not been disclosed so far that I think is important for people to understand. First of all, in your presentation, you said that there's going to be 3 phases to this development, and each one of them you anticipate taking about a year to complete, and you said that you would be building between 72 and 75 structures or homes in each of those phases. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's, I mean, we hope to
Because I
do,
think that would be important.
we hope to do that
I'm sorry, go ahead.
more, but we think that based on just market data, we think 6 a month or 72 a year is a pretty good pace. And that's what we're financially planning on.
So when you complete the entire project, it looks like you're going to have something on the order of 225 homes built, and you're going to basically be populating that entire area that would be east of what we now call Draper's Cove Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, if I understood the plan correctly, you're going to go all the way out to Lake Travis, out to the lake. Is that correct?
We have property kind of in the lake or on the lake, depending on where you're standing, where the water line is at the time. But the development of these houses will stop when you get to the existing houses that are there. We own a few lots down in there, but outside of the 2 pieces on the water, we don't have many lots left. I mean, there's a couple, maybe 3 that we own that intermingled around the existing houses. So we don't have any plans to go into that and to do anything different there. We're going to stay on the, and then it gets pretty steep down at the bottom there. That ravine that comes right in the middle of our property. So we stay up above that.
I think one of the concerns that we're going to have in the future, and hopefully you'll be able to develop the development as you have planned. One of the concerns is going to be traffic in and out of that area of the new Lago Vista. So we know that you're going to be using Draper's Cove initially. Or do you anticipate eventually having entrances and exits from Boggy Ford and Loman Ford?
Boggy Ford, I would say yes. Loman Ford, we don't touch on Loman Ford, but I know there is. I know somebody else is working on that property, and I don't know if we've told them we'd be open to connecting the streets for circulation only. I think I'd be speaking a little bit out of turn, and I think I would say, look, we're paying for traffic analysis, and part of, I mean, the major subject we had is, okay, how does this work from a big picture? Not just, oh, how's Boggy Ford, but where are good access points? How many do we need? We bought the house on the northwest corner at 19910 Boggy Ford, right there at the corner of it's Lee on the other street of Lee and Boggy Ford. But so we sit there every day and watch the traffic come by. We don't sit and watch traffic, but we're there, and we have to back out of that driveway, and we don't. We turn around our driveway and pull out. So from a developer standpoint, we'd like to see that in a better situation. It's just very dominant. You look at the tree on our front corner of our lot, and it was all beat up because a car hit it a couple of years ago. And so we want to fix it. I don't know, but I'm not qualified to tell you, oh, we should focus on Draper, or we should put an entry down on Boggy, or we should do both. I don't know. But I think we'll have experts come in and tell us that when we come back to you with a good plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else in council? All right, it's public hearing, so now it's time for questions from the audience. Anybody? I know Audrey, you had commented earlier. Did you have something that you wanted to comment on?
Well, my question would be, what is the plan for Lago Vista?
And who are you asking that of?
The city council.
I'm not sure, I'm not real sure I understand that question. The plan for Lago Vista, the entire city? I don't know how that's relevant to this application.
I guess the development, like if you wanted to bring people in and what are your development plans and things like that. So you're hearing from this man that's going to develop these lots. What is Lago Vista, I guess the development's plans for Lago Vista?
Well, I think we'll have to entertain that question at a different discussion. That is a question that's would take forever to answer as far as development. I mean, Lago Vista is several thousands of acres and miles in expanse, and it's not relative to this agenda item right now. So I think that would be something we would address at a different time.
I would have to say, Mr. Mayor, this is an example of how we're going to deal with development in Lago Vista, is the discussion we've had this evening.
Yep, it's a portion, yes. Anybody
Mayor?
else from the audience? Yes,
May I
Mr. Gunn.
respond to Audrey, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Audrey, are you still with us?
Yeah, she's still online.
Yeah.
Audrey, we have a comprehensive master plan with a future land use map, and in that, it prescribes a certain mix of types of single family residences, commercial, multifamily, and various setbacks for developers to consider when they want to develop a piece of property. What this gentleman and his company are doing is they've acquired a large tract of land, and they have what's called a planned development district, or the acronym PDD. And within that, they have quite a bit of latitude to prescribe within that PDD what they want to do. And what he's discussing with us this evening is the first phase of that project within that PDD. That's my best stab at your question without getting too broad. But I think what you're hearing this evening, Audrey, is that I think many of us here on council are aware of voices in our city which are averse to high density development. And many people have made it clear that they do not want more Waterloo homes and Braun homes and small homes, and they would like to see lower density and larger square footage homes. And as the applicant has made clear, it's his intention to address some of that market demand in later phases of his development. Thank you for participating, Audrey.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Gazda.
Oh, just a note, and I'm pretty sure I'm telling you something that you don't already know. But to Sarah, started off, and for the first few years, true, a different economy, sales were okay. They introduced some 40-foot lots, the same size that we're talking about. And at this point in time, to my knowledge, they're sold out of everything. And I know that we've had people, contact us saying, how soon can I get a house? Because I can't get one over there for 14 months. One thing you might not know though, is that prices there are probably up $40,000 on the smaller houses. What they were selling for $225 in the next phase, I think, is coming out at $275. So their bottom has come up. The market's pushed it up. So I'm giving you numbers that we kind of underwrite this on. But if we do this well, and you know, and it looks good like we know it will. We'll be pushing prices and size up as fast as we can. And that's what we hope to do.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the audience? All right. Well, I am going to leave the public hearing open, and this will be back in 2 weeks. And Mr. Gaza, we appreciate your attendance tonight. Sorry, it's 10 o'clock at night. Just one of those meetings. But thank you very much for attending tonight. And
thank you. Thanks so much.
We'll be talking to you again in 2 weeks.
You got it.
All right. We will move on to agenda item number 5. The Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance granting to Maritime Systems LLC the right, privilege, and franchise to use public rights-of-way and public utility easements in the city of Lago Vista to operate and maintain a liquefied petroleum or LP gas distribution system in the Hollows subdivision, city of Lago Vista, Texas, Travis County, Lago Vista, Travis County, Texas, providing for the construction, operation, and maintenance of the system by the company, providing for a reasonable franchise compensation to the city of Lago Vista, providing for severability clause, providing for publication, and providing for an effective date. I will open the meeting, the public hearing at 10:06 p.m. And my presentation here, Maritime Systems sent a letter today. The letter says, this letter is to acknowledge receipt of your proposed revisions to the franchise ordinance. Given the considerable passage of time since my client's representatives first approached city staff concerning this matter and the extensive revisions proposed by you this week, my client respectfully declines to pursue this franchise ordinance. So with that being said, I am going to close the public hearing at 10:07 p.m. and there is no action to be taken on agenda item number 5. And we will go to number 6. Action items. Declaration of Council Place 6 vacancy and discussion of possible appointment of person to fill vacancy for remainder of said term in accordance with the city charters section 3.07 and 3.09. Now, we just did this 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago at the last council meeting. If it's okay with everybody, I'm not going to go through all the provisions and stuff that state why we have to fill this vacancy. But we did declare the vacancy at October 15th. We have until November 15th to fill this position. In the meantime, we have had an election with an unofficial result. And it is my recommendation that Mr. Paul Prince, who has won that position or will be winning that position once it's canvassed, be appointed to that position. He has expressed in writing his willingness to fill the position. So in my mind, it makes sense that we just go ahead and appoint Mr. Paul Prince to that position. Anybody have any questions or comments on that?
No, I like that idea.
It makes the most sense.
It seems like an effective way of doing it.
Is it effective tonight, Mr. Mayor?
Well, he will have to get sworn in at some point, so he will not be officially a council member until he gets sworn in. But once we make the motion and if we approve it, then yes, it will be officially, he'll be officially appointed. He would just have to get sworn in.
Mr. Mayor, do you need to open the public comments on this?
This is not a public hearing. This is an action item.
Okay, thank you.
So right now I'm just talking with council.
Okay.
See if they have any questions or comments.
Nope, let's get it done.
I think it's
Move on.
logical and the thing to do.
All right, so citizens, public, do you have any questions or comments regarding this? All right. Well, at this time then, I will make the motion that we appoint Paul Prince to the City Council Place 6 to fill the vacancy.
Second.
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 There you
Third.
go. Fourth and fifth.
All right, so I've made the motion. I have a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, we have appointed Mr. Prince to position 6.
Mr. Mayor, who was the second, just so we have the record clear?
I believe Paul Roberts got it second, I believe.
It
Not
was not me, Mr. Mayor. I was third.
Third.
It was
okay.
me.
Tim.
Arch.
It was me.
It was Arch. There we go.
You speak with one voice, sir.
Am I gonna have to mute all y'all again?
There you go.
No, it's getting late. All right.
More ways than one, folks. Do you need a super majority for anything else? Because I could exit stage left.
No, that's up to you.
right.
We enjoy having you here, so. Item number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 20-1856, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, suspending the Youth Advisory Committee until April 2020. So this is the
21?
one committee that I'm actually the liaison for. Unfortunately, over the past several months, things have been very restrictive, and my Youth Advisory Committee has not been able to meet. Half of them have actually graduated and moved on. Normally, this committee is filled in the springtime for students to start, it allows them to complete their entire school year as part of the committee, and then we start with a new committee for the next, school year. But again, we haven't been able to meet with the current situation. I didn't really feel it appropriate to try and fill the committee mid-year. So I'm asking that you grant me this suspension of the committee until April, and then we will start taking applications again at that time for the high school students. I'm only asking for a suspension because I do really like the committee and I like having the high school kids involved. This past year, the program that the youth produced was our pet clinic, the one that meets every 6 weeks, I believe it is. Almost, not quite every month, but I think it's every 6 weeks. But the pet clinic that shows up here and does the spay and neuter and the shots and wellness checks, my youth committee was responsible for getting them back out here. We had not had them, Travis County, coming out here for several years. They used to come on a fairly regular basis, but quit. And so they were responsible getting them back out here. And I like what they do. I just I'm asking for this suspension till we can get it going again. Questions, comments?
No one's showing up to class. Maybe you should, I think it's a good idea.
All right, anybody from the audience have any questions or comments? All right, if that's it, I'll enter. Yes, Diane.
Just that I applaud your efforts, because sometimes that's not the easiest job in the world. But when the kids are interested, they are usually wonderfully interested. So I agree 100%. It's something that is worthwhile to go forward with, and it makes total sense to suspend it till the next coming year with the level of chaos in all of our lives right now. So kudos, and I definitely agree.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll discuss it more when we go to start it back up in April. But traditionally, these youth advisory committees around the state actually have a conference that they can attend in the springtime and present the projects that each committee has done for their communities. And it's a really good learning experience for the youth, especially if they're interested in anything like city council or city government or working for cities, even just community things. So it's really a nice program. Anybody else? All right, if there's no more, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a recommendation that we adopt resolution 20-1856, a resolution by the City Council, Lago Vista, suspending the Youth Advisory Committee until April 2021.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the committee is suspended until April 2021. And we will go to agenda item number 8. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the request to purchase real property which has been listed with the real estate broker. All right, so we have several properties that we listed with our real estate broker, and we have received offers on those properties. And I am going to go down the list. We actually have 10 properties listed. Each of the properties has to be considered individually. So here in a minute, I will go down the list and discuss each property. But before I do that, I want to ask if there's, just on the actual process of listing these properties, if there's anybody from the audience that has any questions or comments. All right. Yes, Diane.
I have to first acknowledge that I have not read them, so my question is probably out of ignorance. But in previous council meetings, it has come to the fore about the potential or the possible potential for instances where the city needs maybe other property and they have existing property, and the potential for trades and in kind switches and things like that is, if we sell it outright, does that eliminate any possibility of those kind of in kind transactions, especially given that property prices seem to be rising at a exponential rate?
It does not eliminate the possibility of future consideration for swapping properties. But if we sell these properties, individually, yes, they because then we won't own them anymore. We won't be able to swap them. But
I guess what I'm saying is that all of our property, the city's properties, I mean?
Oh, no.
Is that like, okay.
No. No, this is 10 lots, and we have how many, Josh?
Mayor, we've still got at least another 36 lots plus or minus.
Okay.
So yes.
And those are
still,
regular single family lots, Mayor, that we're referencing.
Yes, Mr. Prince.
Can you speak to why the decision is being made to sell these at this point and why these 10? I'm not saying go through each one individually, but what was the process for selecting these 10? Why not 5 properties? Why not all, 40 properties? How did we come up with this list of 10 and why are we selling any?
So I'll let Josh answer that one. It's basically property that we have deemed that is of no use to the city.
And Mayor, so when we brought this list up to the council a little over 2 years ago, we looked at all those properties and kind of what you were talking about in that last question, Mayor. We have a lot of different properties of different sizes and shapes. So the comment was, do we look at the lots that are, let's say, ready to build? Previous administration might have called those shovel ready, but they're your standard single family lots that would have value to someone looking to build in Lago. So in looking in the total list, we pulled those out and we decided, hey, this is round 1. Let's put these out. Let's see if there's an interest. We set the listing price for what the market was showing. And then as you'll see from the comments with council, if they take action on an item, all the listing prices we received offers exceeding the listing price. So we see that there's that. The next step is if we sell these lots to bring back some additional lots and see if they have value. One of the things that the city did historically was acquire lots that it may need for different city-oriented projects. Maybe it was lift stations, maybe it was parks, green space, whatever it may be. With these lots, right now, at this point, you basically have a dual benefit. The first thing is if the council chooses to sell them, you'll receive X number of dollars for the lots right up front. The second part is knowing that they're typically buildable residential lots. If people build on those lots, then you're looking at a residual income to the ad valorem tax every year because you're going to add a house that may add that year after year. So basically those are the lots that show that they had some value in a buildable area where they had reasonable access to the infrastructure.
If I may just add one quick follow-on question, where will the money, the proceeds from these sales show up in the budget? What account will they go into?
Mayor, so the way that the council set this up previously, the council has the real estate account. And remember, that's an account, it's not a fund. So the real estate account exists and lives inside of the general fund. So the dollars will go into real estate account, and then that account is within the general fund. As for this year's budget, you'll recall that if we do anything on closing costs, or if we pay for surveys, we pay for those items out of the real estate account.
Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Just a quick question. So there will be some closing costs associated with these. What is the negotiated fee structure with 1431 Real Estate? Is it a standard 6% deal?
So Mayor, what we did when council bid this out and bid out real estate services, we received the interest back from the 2 companies, and we actually went into an agreement with both companies to represent the city. And so we had rate structure agreed upon on each. I believe it's actually with 1431, it's actually a 5% commission based on the conversation with 1431. One of the things was a little different on some projects that would be below a certain dollar figure. Then it was a lump sum. And I was trying to pull that up real quick just so I could clarify and give you specifics. But negotiated on these offers for tonight in front of the council is a 5% commission.
Okay.
Anybody else from the audience at this time? All right. Well, then I'm going to go down. I will start going down the list. The first piece of property is 21300 Park Circle. It was listed at $25,000. And I am going to make the motion that we accept the offer on 21300 Park Circle from Mr. Hassan Kudawkhsh. Kudaksh. I'm sorry, sir. I cannot pronounce your last name. With the offer of $35,000, and that it was the high bid at $35,000.
Second.
All right. I've made the motion. I have the second from Mr. Williams. Any further question, comments? Yes.
Mayor, we had one comment back to Judge Durbin. I just lied to you. It's not 5%, it's actually 4%. So 1431 actually lowered it even lower. And so I wanted to pull that up. I'm not sure if Clive stayed on this late with us on the meeting, but he was on earlier to answer a question. So 4% on all of these transactions listed tonight.
Thanks, Josh.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Any further questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none.
I have a question.
It's too late.
Audrey, we've already moved on past the public comment section. Hold on just a second. All right, so
I bid that as well.
I've had the motion. We've taken the vote. The motion to accept that bid has been approved. So I'm going to take a time out. Audrey, do you have a question or comment for the council?
Yes, I do. I bid that amount as well.
Let me see here.
Mayor, do you know what the name on that bid would have been?
That's what I'm looking. Audrey, what name did you bid that under?
Audrey Bryant.
The only Bryant's that I show was a multiple lot offer, 65,000 for multiple lots.
For two.
For two.
I
Yep.
see. He bid 35 for one.
Right, 35 for one. So what council has decided, going through these and looking at the offers that have been made, we have ruled out any of the multiple lot offers. We had 4 multiple lot offers, but going through, it was better for the city council to consider each property individually. So your bid was considered for the multiple lots, but it was not accepted at this time. All right, so now I will go to 21301 Park Circle. It was listed at $30,000. And at this time, I will make the motion that we accept the offer from Tan Monim for $31,000.
Second. Tim. Second.
I've made the motion. I've got a second from Tim Collins. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion is accepted unanimous. I will go to 21302 Park Circle. It was listed at $25,000. And I will make the motion that we accept the offer from Attree. I believe that's, all I have is Attree. I believe that's Russ Attree at the offer of $30,000.
Second.
Second.
All right, I made the motion. I have the second from David Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the offer is accepted, unanimous. And I will go to 21303 Park Circle. It was also listed at $30,000. And I make the motion that we accept the offer from Omar Othman at $30,500.
Second.
All right, I made the motion. I have a second from Mr. Collins. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the offer is accepted unanimous. Next, 21201 Santa Carlo, listed at $15,000. I make the motion that we accept the offer from Mr. Attree at $17,500.
Second.
I've made the motion. I have the second from Mr. Collins. Any further questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, offer is accepted unanimous. And 3911 Rockwood Drive, listed at $20,000. I make the motion that we accept the offer from Jack Fountain at $20,011.
Second.
I made the motion. I have a second from Mr. Collins. Any further questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the offer is accepted unanimous. 20806 Bonanza Street. This was listed at $100,000. I make the motion that we accept the offer by Cordson Construction for $121,111 with the condition, they have an option period on their offer. So I say we accept the offer and condition that they remove their option period. And if they, and I'm also motioned that, in my motion, that if Cordson Construction is not willing to remove their option period, that we go with the second offer, which would be Jack Fountain at $101,011. And I author and give the city manager the authority to accept the second offer if the first one does not work out.
Second.
Is that clear enough, Aaron?
Yes,
All right.
Mr. Mayor. I
Thank you.
think the city manager understands what the direction is.
Okay. So I made the motion. I got the second from Mr. Collins. Any further questions or comments? All right,
Are you
all the-
asking the public or just the council? Sorry.
Just council.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right, the next property is,
Can I ask a question on that last property before we move on, please?
yes.
The,
All right,
the
Mr.
option period that you're asking to remove is just the time, is not any of the other information on the contract, just the time. Option period is all you're asking to be removed, correct?
The option period and option fee.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. All right, so 3209 Boone Drive. It's listed at $20,000. Same kind of condition as the last property. I make a motion that we accept the offer from Rodrigo Heredo at $23,000 with the condition that he also remove his option fee and option period. If that is, and they do choose not to do so, that we authorize the city manager to accept the second offer from Mr. Jack Fountain at $20,111.
Second.
All right, I made the motion. I have the second from Mr. Collins. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we will go to 5302 Arrowhead Drive. It was listed at $25,000. It is similar to the last two properties. I'll make the motion that we accept the offer from Rodrigo Heredo at $28,000 with the condition that they remove the option fee and option period. If that is not acceptable, then we authorize the city manager to accept the second price, which is from Mr. Jack Fountain at $20,111.
Second.
Second.
All right, so I've made the motion. I got the second from Mr. Collins. Any further questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous. And the last property is 5001 Country Club, listed at $30,000. No offers received. So we will move on. And that brings me to agenda item number 9. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the request to purchase real property located at 3605 Revere Cove, Lago Vista, Texas. This is one of those 20-foot wide pieces of land that the city has that runs between properties in certain locations in Lago that we have made available to property owners on either side of this 20-foot piece of property. And we have an offer from Blaine and Cheryl Standiford. They would like to purchase their portion of the strip of land behind their home at 3605 Revere Cove. These are being offered at $1.40 per square foot.
This piece of property is 1,716 square feet, or approximately 0.04 acres. And selling price would be $2,402.40. Questions, comments from council?
Sounds consistent.
All right. Anybody in the audience have any questions or comments? All right. Hearing none at this time, I'll accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we sell the property located at 3605 Revere Code, Lago Vista, Texas, to Blaine and Cheryl Standiford, who have requested to purchase the strip of land at $1.40 per square foot for a total of $2,402.40.
Second. David Williams.
Right. I have a motion and I have a second from Mr. Williams. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion
Nay.
carries
Oh,
unanimous.
sorry.
And we go to number 10. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a request to waive the certificate of occupancy fee for 2200 Patriot Drive. All right, so Mr. and Mrs. K closed on this house at 2200 Patriot Drive. They bought the house from the person, not the actual builder. The house was occupied when they bought it. Furniture, food, and toys inside the house, so we had they had no reason to think it was anything but a normal person cell. However, they have found out when they came to get their utilities turned on that the builder of the house had never got the certificate of occupation for this house. It is not clear in this summary as to who the people were that were living in the house that the K's bought this from. I don't know if it was the builder or actually who was in the house. Do not know whether how they were living in it, if they were living in it, because evidently they would have not been able to have any utilities since there was no CO. But anyway, they're in a situation where they've bought this house, there's no CO, and they can't get their utilities turned on. In order for them to get their CO, the fee for this is $2,543.75. Normally the builder would have paid this, and then that fee would be passed on to the seller at the time of purchase. Mr. and Mrs. K have they have come to the council to ask for a waiver of the CO fee. Staff cannot waive that fee. Only city council has that authority to waive that fee. And that is what this application is for. Are the K's in attendance at all? Do we know? I do not see them.
Yeah, I don't think so, man.
So, questions, comments from the staff? Yes, Tim.
I don't think I have a problem with this, but I've got a number of questions on closing. I mean, there had to be a title search. Is there any type of documentation that goes to a title company regarding certificate of occupation? Because I don't remember. I went to closing and they found my fence was lined up wrong, which they fixed, but title search had to be clear. So the question is, do we have any recourse back to the person that built this house? Do we know who built it? Who let the permit, et cetera, et cetera? What's our recourse to going back to them?
Josh or
100 and
Mayor, I'm trying to
Josh,
elaborate
wait,
a little
Aaron.
bit. So we do know who built the house, and we do know the process that it went from the builder to someone else. So for the city side of things, our belief is similar to what Councilor Collins is saying in terms that I would say that the title company would have that the person that bought the property could work through their title company to potentially go back on recourse. As for the city, as we stated, everyone that builds a house before they can occupy that house has to go through a final inspection and receive the CO. That's a standard process for all properties. And so for this individual, you would hope that their title company would have found something similar to what you found, Councilor Collins, when you closed on your house.
So Josh, do we send this family back to the title company to get that worked out, or, I mean, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here.
Mayor, my recommendation is we don't tell the property owner where to go at all. You know, they go through a process of closing. You know, when you purchase a property, you can have your own legal representation. You can have your title company. The comment back to them has already been, I think if you have a concern with the process, you should check back with your team. The city doesn't give out that advice because it's not our responsibility on these items. I mean, I understand what Councilor Williams is saying, but that's just not what we do.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I feel terrible for that homeowner. And I think that the situation they're in, to some extent, may not be a fault of their own, but irrespective, I liken this to a piece of property with past due taxes. You know, you're not going to get the property unless you pay off the taxes. If there's a lien on the house or a debt tied to the property, it's incumbent upon that property owner to take care of it. It's not the city's responsibility to waive this fee. And I don't think we should be in the business of doing that. I think that they need to find their own recourse. You know, there's a contract between them and the builder. They have a contract between themselves and the title company. They don't have a contract between the city with the city. And unfortunately, I think this is just unfortunate for them, but I think we should deny the application, the request.
Mr. Davila.
Yes, I was just going to make the quick comment that if there was no CO ever issued on this property, and we don't know that there ever was, we have no idea about its livability. So for that reason, I would agree with Mr. Roberts and say that we deny this.
All right.
Further question. If we waived this, does the city of Lago Vista have standing to go against the title company and a legal representation for the buyers? Because there is an attorney fee for buyers to look over documents, whether they need them or not.
In our discussions with Aaron this week, we didn't hire the title company. We didn't hire their team. That's not typically, and Aaron's unmuted there, it's not something we would have a recourse to go back through for someone else.
That's right. We likely wouldn't be able to bring a suit to recover any of that money on behalf of the person. It's unlikely.
Well, if we absorb the financial loss, does that give us standing?
We would be doing it voluntarily.
Okay.
Mr. Weatherly.
Do we have any idea if this is creating some kind of unbearable financial situation on these people? Are they in such dire straits that they can't pay the fee, or that they can't get legal help to get this worked out and get the people that should have paid this to pay it?
Mayor, I had the dialogue with the person requesting, and I believe that the problem is not just the shock factor, because when what happens is when you're building a house, you can get a temporary water access. So you're getting during the construction process, you can have the water utility. When this individual called in to set up the utility account, I think the way that it came into our utility department was, hey, we're going to close on this house tomorrow, and we want to get the utility account set up so that we can have water when we move into our home tomorrow. And at that point, one of city staff explained to the individual, hey, you don't have a CO, so you can't have the permanent utility account. The individual was informed of it before they closed. You know, from our side, it would be nice if they could explain that to the title company. So if there's any issues, they could have done it. So my point back to Mayor Pro Tem's question is, I believe that the concern was they paid all the money that they paid to get into a house. So any kind of expenses after the fact are definitely a surprise and not something that they planned for. I do not know financial background. I just know that it was a surprise to them and an unexpected expense.
Do we know their housing situation? Are they stranded somewhere without being able to move into the house, or?
We do not know that, Mayor, and that was not something that she expressed any concern to me.
Mr. Roberts.
I think this question is just for Aaron. Aaron, is there any, allow me to preface this. There's one thing I'm tired of seeing in the city, and it's contractors and builders and doing things like this that adversely impact our citizens. And I would like to know, is there, I'm assuming there isn't, but I just want to be sure, Aaron, is there any defrauding of the city on behalf of the contractor who built the house and sold the house? I mean, you know, if at any point should they have gotten a CO, is there anything here where we could make a referral over to Lago Vista PD and let them deal with it and see if anything comes of it? I'd like, you know, we were talking earlier about precedents, and I think we need to start setting precedents with builders and general contractors and subcontractors in general, that the days of coming in and exploiting our citizens here and doing shenanigans like this, it's over. And I'm done. That's all.
So this particular situation was further complicated by the fact that, and I think the reason that maybe the title company may not have been looking for a CO is that the house wasn't purchased from a builder. The builder sold or transferred the title of the property to another entity or another person, and then that's who the home was purchased from. So okay. It wasn't a direct, you know, it would have been likely that may have been a better chance for it to have been caught if it was a purchase directly from the builder as a new home. But in this situation, the builder transferred the property to someone else who then sold it to these unsuspecting purchasers. And so that factor complicates the situation. Your comment about the dealing with contractors is certainly something that, you know, if our Building and Standards Commission wants to, you know, look at ways to address contractors, that is something certainly that would be appropriate for them to bring forward as a topic of conversation, or if the council wants to send a message to that particular group, they would be the group that council would ask to look into this type of issue. So that's a relevant topic.
And I'm, so in short, I'm understanding you to say that there's nothing that that builder had to do in terms of defrauding the city in order to transfer the title to someone else, correct?
Yeah, it didn't involve the city because in this particular situation.
Thanks for
Because
confirming here.
Yeah, if they don't call for a CO, we don't go out to issue it. We wouldn't do a final inspection until they call for it. Some houses in Lago take a very long time to be completed, depending on the finances of the person building the home. But you know, in this situation, you know, they transferred it before they actually had a CO, and that's not something that we would see. We don't track all of the deed history or the deed transactions that happen.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Eric.
The only other financial information that I would go back to the Mayor Pro Tem is TCAD value on the house and property is $534,000.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, they may be strapped for cash. That's
Like I said, my point is, I think anytime you buy and then there's something that comes out afterwards, an additional amount of money is a surprise. So.
Anybody else on council?
No, I think their only recourse is back to the person that reviewed the contract and the title company.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Durbin, did you have a comment?
I did, but I think Josh covered it. I had pulled up the value of the house, and there was a previous owner, and the house apparently was built in 2018. Their actual recourse is probably going to be against the person that sold it to them, because they even if you take it as is, they're trying to sell a habitable house, and obviously, if there's no certificate of occupancy, it's no matter how nice it is, it's not particularly habitable. So they have recourse, and it's against the person that sold it to them. And that person may be able to go back and look at a builder, but it's not your problem.
I agree.
I agree.
All right. Anybody else? Questions, comments? All right. If that is all, then I will accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I need to make sure I say this correctly. I'd like to make a motion to deny waiving the certificate of occupancy fee for 2200 Patriot Drive.
Second.
Well done.
All right. Who is my second?
Dave Williams.
All right. So I have a motion to deny the request and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Paul, I don't know why you worry about making your motion correctly, because none of us ever make our motions correctly anyway, so.
Because if it's going to be a one-time chance, Mayor, he's got to get that one right.
I've only got about 30 seconds left in my tenure, sir, so I have to get that right.
He's trying to set precedent.
That's true.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion has been denied unanimous. Or the motion to deny has passed unanimous.
That's a toughie.
All right. Where are we at? Number 11. We're halfway through. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a concession services contract and license to use city facilities with Dustin and Chelsea Barton to operate a restaurant at the Lago Vista Golf Course Clubhouse. And if you don't mind, I am going to turn this over to Josh to relay the specifics of the contract negotiation. And I am going to step out for just a second.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor. So the council selected, the council decided to put this out for bid. We put it out for proposals. on September 17th and September 24th, with the closing date of October 5th. At the October 15th council meeting, council selected Dustin and Chelsea Martin. I followed up with Dustin and we looked at the existing operators agreement. He didn't have any major concerns with the operating agreement. In his proposal, he said he's good with the rate to move forward. One of the things that he did ask for was the city to work with him for the first 2 months of the agreement. And those 2 months basically equate to the time it will take him to secure his alcohol mixed beverage license from the state of Texas. So I told him we had ran through some estimates previously about the electric and utility cost for the restaurant. And so in our numbers, it's roughly $450. And he said that he would gladly pay the $450 for the first 2 months, which would be this month of November and the month of December. And then come January, he would start paying the $28.55 per month. The other 2 items that he asked for consideration from the council that would be different from the previous restaurant contracts that we've had before. The one is that he would open on the first tee time of the day. And then if the golf course was closed to inclement weather, he wouldn't open in the morning. He would just be open for lunch. So part of his discussion was that if the course was closed, then he would be closed. But then he said, I want to have a consistent lunch crowd. And so that being the main meal or time of service at the clubhouse, he decided that he would operate during that time period. I told him that our previous conversation with council, we had discussed having a 7 to 4 operating period. Previously, we had the agreement said that the restaurant would be open all the time when the golf course was open. Council had said, hey, if there's a way to provide some more flexibility, we should put that out there for the next restaurant operator. And Dustin said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so what that does for the clubhouse and for the city is any nights that he wants to open and stay open, i.e. Monday Night Football, he can open up. He'll have access to the facility and he can advertise and do his own marketing like they're doing now at Highland Lakes. So that wasn't an issue for the city in our talks with him or for him. And the third item is, I think it's on page 19, there's a termination for convenience by the city. We had that set at 30 days. Dustin asked for a longer term there. His idea in his comment was, if I'm investing into this restaurant, I don't want the city just to come back and say, hey, things are going great, but we're done. What we would do there is shift that from 30 days to 90 days so that he would have significant notice to protect his investment of time and money. So those are the 3 main changes, Mayor. He was good with it. He actually signed the document already. He asked that if the council approved it tonight, he is ready to wake up early. He signed out about 45 minutes ago. He's ready to wake up early and open the grill tomorrow. If you do not approve it, then he asked that I text him and tell him he can sleep in, that he doesn't have to go open it up tomorrow. But we would sign the document. I would get it signed from in front of Sandra and we would be notarized. So that's where we're at, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Questions, comments from council? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Gosh, I'm understanding that he's asking us to be accommodative in lieu of him having a liquor license, correct? Chuck?
Yes, sir.
Is he lacking? I want to see this operate contiguously without interruption, without hindering his ability to maintain cash flow? Can he achieve that without us effectively subsidizing it through amending the contract?
Mayor, let me clarify that. So is the question about the first 2 months?
Yes, sir.
So my thought with this one, and again, he asked originally for 2 months to get open, and we've seen this with the last two transitions that obviously alcohol is a large number in terms of their revenue stream and their profits. So the last two have taken a little bit of time to get the process up and running. So when he asked for the reduced, our thought with staff level has been the only subsidy would be if we drop below the level at which we had expenses in there. So I think from our side, the idea is that it's not subsidized. It literally is a reduced rent for that opening period. But I get the point. I couldn't tell you how well their finances are. I just know that we talked about their existing restaurant, and they were able to build that over a period of time to get it to a good place. So that's the knowledge that I have with my discussion with Dustin.
I think what I struggle a little bit with is the consistency, is being consistent. We just got through having an agenda item or discussing an item and voting on it, in which, you know, it was a matter where there's no culpability for the city, and thus no obligation to be generous and waive the fee. And in this matter, it's a similar situation. They, you know, were asked to be accommodative for their financial interests again. So that's my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Mr. Davila.
Yes, Josh, was there a description or a conversation about how the operator of this facility is going to function out on the golf course?
Mayor, yeah. So in talking to Dustin, the one challenge that we still have is we had people that pressed back to the city saying we need to get the beverage cart out. So obviously the city owns a beverage cart, and we allow the operator of the restaurant to utilize that beverage cart if they would like to get it out and about, not only for tournaments, but during regular play. So what we will do in the discussion with Dustin is we'll allow Dustin to use the beverage cart to keep it active. He said on the weekends, he wants to have the beverage cart active every weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. He would like to have it out there. Obviously, there's a concern about weather, and then the other concern is manpower. But in talking to him about staffing, he had already interviewed and hired a chef for this restaurant. So that's his cook. And he has people interested in working not only in the restaurant, but the beverage cart. So I think we're going to see a good plan on the weekends. Through the week, maybe not. It just depends on demand. One of the things that Dustin pointed out was obviously his goal is to be open and active whenever there are people with their wallets open to buy things. So I circle back to what I started on. If there are issues with the beverage cart, and this kind of goes back to what Councilor Roberts was talking about. For example, this last year, if the beverage cart goes down, does it make sense for the city to invest $1,000, $3,000, $10,000 in a new beverage cart when there's no direct financial return on that investment? And so that's a challenge. So in articulating that back to Dustin, I explained to him, if something goes out on that, it's not the city's obligation to get it fixed. You know, if he thinks it's a value and it's something he needs to get out there, because the way the contract is set up, the city doesn't have an angle so that if we were to operate a beverage cart, then we would keep the revenues. So that's kind of where it's a little tricky still, but his desire is be out on the course, keep an active presence, and then be open during the times when we have golfers on the course.
Is there any liability on the city for that beverage cart when he's utilizing it?
I don't want to answer the liability question. I'll tell you that looking at standard practice, it's covered just the same as all the other golf carts are covered. And so it's the same for our operations and how other golf courses operate with the coverage for people using our carts. In terms of anything else that you'd have to go outside, you'd have to go to Aaron to answer that one.
Okay.
Mr. Davila?
Yes, I have one follow-up question. Can we sell that beverage cart to Dustin?
Mayor, we definitely can. One of the concerns that we had before is keeping the beverage cart allowed us to, during times of transition, to have a beverage cart. But if that's something that the council said, you could easily surplus it and shift it over and see if he wanted to make an offer on it. The problem is when you surplus it, he would have to bid like everybody else. So if Michael Jackson decides he wants to outbid somebody, then Michael Jackson can buy the beverage cart.
Good enough.
I know it's late, but that's a.
It was a different Michael Jackson.
Mr. Williams?
I was like, did we go back to 1987? Sorry.
David Williams.
I'm also assuming that when most restaurants open up, there's a period of time when they have grand openings and stuff like that, where they have a very limited menu and they're trying to figure out their way on what to put on the menu and everything like that. I'm assuming that Dustin is going to try to figure out what he needs to have in the morning for breakfast, what he needs to have at lunch. And that is part of any restaurant trying to figure out how they can be successful. I'm also assuming that the fact that he's willing to do the $28.55 a month starting in January, that he's assuming that he can figure that out in those 2 months and be ready to do business January 1. If I'm wrong, let me know, Josh.
Mayor, no, I think that's a great point. The one thing is, if he is open this weekend, we're going to see right off tops what the initial menu is. And we'll see what items he's going to have there per his proposal that he submitted before. One thing that he and I did dialogue about is the opportunity to set up, maybe he does a different type of breakfast. One of the things he wants to focus on is the grab and go breakfast, which has been a lot of comments from people, not just golfers, but everybody in the community. You know, I live on Outpost Trace, so if I want to drive down, grab that grab and go taco from there, coming into work, there could be a value there. So he's gonna test out what that market is. One of the things I point out is on Tuesday mornings, we used to go there and have breakfast every Tuesday morning. We may have 2 or 3 people at our table, but that may be the only people there for 45 minutes to an hour. So you can't really call that a breakfast crowd. So he's going to try it out. He may end up doing specials on some mornings. So he may decide Tuesday morning is pancake morning and just focus on that. Still have grab and go tacos or biscuits. So he's going to do that flexibility. On the lunch menu, his plan was to get that pretty consistent to start. So Philly cheesesteak, burgers, hot dog, fish tacos, salads, grilled fried shrimp, and a club sandwich. That should be the standard items. But as Councilor Williams is talking about, the goal would be during this softer opening, go ahead and see what's selling, what's not selling, and see what they can perfect and get good at. So I think you're right on with the whole process. Hope I didn't miss part of that question.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Roberts. Sorry, I was looking at had to change screens, so I have to come
Oh,
back.
so just going back to my stated reservation, the contract is for $28.55 a month for 1 year, except for the first 2 months, which he's asked us to reduce the rent from $2,855 a month to $450 a month. There's no guarantee that he's going to renew at the end of the lease. I mean, one would assume that he is. What would the impact be if the motion to approve was such that it amended the contract from 12 months to 14 months and still allowing the first 2 months at $450, thus guaranteeing that we get that revenue back? What would the impact be of that tonight? Would the contract be able to move forward if it was voted on in the affirmative and it was approved? And would he be able to start his things up tomorrow?
Mayor, I don't think Dustin and Chelsea would have any concern with extending it for the full 12 months plus the 2 startup months. They're, as I said earlier, they're set to get going. They wanted to start last Friday, but I told them, you know, obviously they couldn't do that because Mayor Pro Tem said they couldn't. But so I think that's a good idea. He would probably welcome, they would welcome even going 16 months for the first term. Our only option there is to say, give them the opportunity to get that 12 or, as you said, 14 months in and see how it's going. And that helps them have an out if they need it, but it gives them the extra. So I don't think he would have a concern with that.
The only thing on a practical, from a practical standpoint is, you know, he signed the contract with the 12 months. So it sounds like somebody might have to get up early and go have breakfast at the golf club to get him to sign it.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh. Yeah.
Well, am I allowed to ask? I mean, what do other councilmen, what do you guys think?
Well, I can tell you.
I'm going to make a motion.
It's really just the revenue. That's all I care about.
Well, I mean, I like the fact that it would be, we're giving them the 2-month grace period, and then we're saying that the contract would be from January all the way through December, correct? Is that what you're saying, Paul? So that's actually
effectively just extending it an additional 2 months. That, or, you know, change the monthly rate to 12, keep it at 12 months and cost average the grace period, you know, increase the rent. Either increase it to the equivalent of 2 additional months or extend it 2 months. Just, I'm looking for a way to recapture the lost revenue in the first 2 months.
Gotcha.
Well, it's going to be revenue we never had for the last 6 months.
Right.
Well, good, then we need it.
Mr. Weatherly.
Yes, I think one thing that you're missing, Paul,
Yes.
the amount that they're paying is going to pay for the utilities, which is really the only cost that we have. So we're not losing any money. If they're not in there, we're not making any money, but they're going to pay for the utilities. So there's really no lost income. What we're doing is a typical kind of contract that you do with somebody starting a business. I hired a whole bunch of people where I brought them in at a salary that was more than what they could generate, with the idea that I paid to get them in and get them started. And then once they were started, the revenue was returned in the long run. This is the same kind of thing. If these people get in here, Dustin and his wife get in there and make this a success, they'll return income to us many times over, because it will increase our play. It will increase the number of people coming to the golf course. It will add value to our golf course.
So
And
what do you think
we're
the
not
downside
losing enough to make it worth it.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback.
I do like the calendar year approach, though. Going from January to December, it allows the restaurant to really operate throughout all the seasons that are involved and to get a good handle on what happens for each month within the contract. I like that idea. I, that's my only thought.
Whatever.
All right. We
Mr.
ready to
Durbin
open
has
it
a-
up to the audience? Mr. Durbin.
Yeah, this is probably not a great place to have to bring this up, but I think you all should bring it up at this point is, and I don't know where this termination for convenience came from. That is something that's pretty unusual in a lease because effectively you're binding them to a lease, but the city is not bound at all to the lease. Effectively, you have a month-to-month lease that you can terminate with 90 days notice on your side. And if I would be concerned that might affect the enforceability of the lease as a whole. It is something that if they've agreed to that, then they have given you something, which in all leases are negotiations. You know, they negotiated a $450 for the first 2 months, but you know, this is that paragraph is so favorable to the city that I would look into the enforceability of the agreement as a whole, because I'm not sure you're giving them a lease. If you can terminate it on November 15th by giving them 90 days notice and they'll be out of there on July, you haven't given them anything. So just my quick review of the lease, that was something that jumped out to me. And Aaron, I don't know, you may have looked into this already and be comfortable with it, but it's just something that I saw that stuck out to me. My clients enter into a lot of leases, and I've represented leasing companies in the past. Just cautionary tale. And there's an easy way to resolve it. And I don't, like I said, I've never seen a termination for convenience, particularly when a convenience isn't a defined term. But you know, if you struck that paragraph, then I think you've at least got you're pretty sure you got a binding lease. And I don't, like I said, I don't know why you would want it in there. I thought the whole point was to get somebody. Point of a lease is to get somebody in, and you can count on them to be there, and they can count on you to be there. Plus, you can count on that rent coming in.
But
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
it sounds to me like we've got, I mean, the power's on our side. If we have the right to terminate and they don't, that sounds like a win for the city. There's a question of enforceability, but short of that question of enforceability, this contract is written in a way that is slanted in the favor of the city. So
no
I
question.
support that.
Yeah, there's no question, and that's my comment originally started out in my mind as thinking, okay, I'm gonna tell Paul that you're getting something for the $450, and if you want to feel like you're getting something, you're getting that paragraph, because you know that's what you do when you negotiate. You bargain for clauses, but if that paragraph affects the enforceability of the lease as a whole, you know, you don't, then you're not doing yourselves any favor. That's my point.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? Hello? Oh,
Yes.
okay, thanks. A couple comments and then a question. The contract has a typical severability clause in it, so I would assume if that particular clause was unenforceable, that the rest of the lease would remain enforceable. The second comment is that this is only a 12-month lease. When we did the lease before, it was 2 years. And so what I would suggest is that we have a shorter period of time before when you can go back and renegotiate the rent price. And if they are being successful, Paul, you could easily jump the rent up, $3,200 a month, for example, to try and make up the lost rent for the first 2 months. And then the final question that I have is that previously when we did the contract, the city offered the facility, all of the kitchen equipment, all that kind of stuff. And it appears as if we're doing that again. And when some of the equipment went out, the city ended up paying for having it replaced. When Josh talked about the clause for us, convenience clause, they were a little concerned and made it 90 days because of their investment in time and money. My question is, what investment are you anticipating from them as far as equipment and any other appurtenances that might be part of the equipment there at the facility, and who would own that? Looking at the contract, it appears as if they would own that, but that would mean we need to be very careful about keeping it separate, what we owned at the beginning and offered up and what they might have added after the fact.
Mayor, if I may, so this would work the same as the last two. What has happened is when we did the remodel and we upgraded or changed out some of that restaurant equipment, we did the inventory then, and we clearly defined that which the city owned. Anything the city owned, we kept it as city property. Anything that the other two restaurant operators wanted to bring in, they defined that. They had to get approval for bringing those items in, and then that would remain their property. So for Habanero Grill and for Baker's, both had items that they brought in and that they were able to take back out. This would be the same kind of thing. I'm not sure right now, going back to what Councilor Williams was saying about their soft opening and getting into their systems. I'm not sure what else they'll bring into the operation of the restaurant, but they've already done their walkthrough on what we own. And so it is clearly defined by Chris and Dustin on those items. So we'll just have to see what they're bringing in.
So kind of along the lines of like the beverage cart, we own the beverage cart, but if it goes down and becomes unserviceable, it's on them to repair it. The appliances and stuff that we own, if they break down, is that on us to repair or is that on them to repair?
So the way we have it listed out was minor and major repairs, kind of like a rental home is. We look at it in terms of if the oven breaks and it's over $5,000, then that's something that the city will handle because we keep it as ours. Or, we tell them, if you want to bring in your own special oven, then we can take ours out and store it and they will maintain it. If it's their property, they'll maintain it. If it's ours, we make the determination based on the value of the repair. And we actually have that in a written policy, Mayor, that has been an operational policy that we've had since the remodel happened. It clearly defines those numbers, and I don't know those specifically, but that goes back to kind of what Kevin was saying too. The point on the beverage cart is we don't list the beverage cart as being an item that is part of this agreement.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Roberts.
So I just want to close out my thoughts on this during discussion. Kevin's point really made me reconsider, to the contrary, my suggestion of capturing that revenue, that lost revenue in the first 2 months by extending the contract 2 months. Because if they are going to renew, which would be likely, well, why not get 2 months at $3,800 a month instead of 2 more months at this current rate? So we would, by extending it 2 more months, we would be depriving ourselves of a higher monthly rent. should it expire in 12 months. So I'm okay with this as is.
All right. Anybody else? That is it. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
The severability clause will not cure an issue if it's determined that this is not an effective 1-year lease. If it's determined to be a 30-day lease with a 90-day or 30-day month-to-month lease with a 90-day severability, 90-day cancellation termination clause, then a severability agreement won't fix that. There are some leases, there are certain provisions in leases that cannot be saved by severability clauses. But in any case, it's very favorable to you guys, and it's a short term so that you can bump up the rent if he's successful. Just like I said, I'd rather be safe than sorry, but that's y'all aren't paying me to advise you, so I won't.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Well, if that's everything, then I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into a concession services agreement contract and license to use city facilities with Dustin and Chelsea and Martin to operate a restaurant at the Lago Vista Golf Course Clubhouse.
I'll second.
Yeah, speed it up.
I had my microphone on. I thought I beat you to it, Dick.
As
All right.
written.
As written.
As written.
As written.
All right, so I have the motion and a second by Mr. Weatherly. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, we have done number 13 already. Let me make sure I'm sorry, number 12, consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are to be considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Approval of the following council meeting minutes: September 22nd, 2020 special called meeting, October 1st, 2020 regular meeting, and the October 5th, 2020 special called meeting minutes. Questions, comments? Anybody from the audience, questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
All right, I got the motion and second by Mr. Williams. All those in favor? Oh, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, the minutes are approved, unanimous. All right, discussion items. We've already done 13. Number 14, discussion considering Cap Metro and the upcoming 2021 Texas legislative session. As y'all know, in 2016, we had the vote by the citizens on whether they wanted to stay into Cap Metro or not. Following that, we wanted to pursue some changes with the way the legislation is written. Namely, we had a few areas One was the time frame on which it can be brought back to the citizens. It is currently at 5 years. We felt that was a little long because Cap Metro is the only metro in the state of Texas that requires their citizens to wait 5 years before reconsidering. We wanted that changed. The language in the ballot is written to the negative. So when you went to vote, if you wanted to get out of Cap Metro, you actually had to vote no. Several years ago, the state legislature actually passed a law that said everything had to be written to the affirmative. However, in order for it to be done that way, somebody actually had to rewrite the language and get that approved. Well, that has never been done, so the language on this one is still in the negative. Third, there was the net financial obligation. We pay 1% of our sales tax to Cap Metro. Currently, this year, it's like $700,000 will be going to Cap Metro. But according to them, the money that we pay them does not cover our full financial obligation to the system. In 2016, had we voted to get out of Cap Metro, our net financial obligation was around $1 million. And I will say around $1 million. Now, 4 years later, they're telling us our net financial obligation is somewhere around $2 million. So somewhere the system has gotten way more expensive and we're not being able to keep up with our obligation. We wanted that changed in that currently the legislation has Cap Metro telling us what our net financial obligation is, and they don't calculate it until we actually vote to get out. So we really, going into a vote or anything like this, we actually have no idea what our real net financial obligation is. We had asked in the legislation that that be changed and that the state comptroller be the one that figures out the net financial obligation. And moving forward, for us and other small cities, that the state comptroller provide the small cities an annual report on what the existing current net financial obligation is, so that everybody knows and you don't have to wait until after a vote to find out what your obligation would be. So those are the major points. I think there was a few other things in the legislation, and if we agree to move forward, we will bring back that legislation at the next meeting for you to review. In 2017, we got Paul Workman to submit this legislation in and the local and consent agenda. It made it through local and consent, made it all the way to the floor of the House, and then the Republicans at that time staged some kind of sit out, and no action was taken on any of the local and consent bills. And so everything that came to the floor on that Sunday, which was Mother's Day, died in session. It was known as the Mother's Day Massacre. 2019, we brought this back again. This time we had Vicki Goodwin as our state representative. She chose not to even submit the legislation to local and consent. So it never went anywhere in 2019. We have had several discussions with her since then regarding our issues with Cap Metro. I don't know for sure, but I'm hoping things might be different this time around. From what I understand, the results I've seen, she has won re-election. So she will be our state rep, and that's who we will be looking to file this legislation in the House. We have a new state senator as well. Bridget Shea has taken over for Kirk Watson. So we would be approaching her to file this on the Senate side. But my question here tonight is for y'all, and this will be for the council. And so we got Kevin's in attendance, Paul's in, the only one we don't have here is Shalane. But what I'm asking is for in the next council meeting is for y'all to give us direction of whether we want to move forward with taking this legislation to the state or not. And if we do, we need to act on it very quickly. We're going to have to bring in legal again to help us with the language. We need to see if the language is still what we want and go forward. So with the timeliness of this, I'm bringing this to you so that today is just a kind of a heads up and a discussion about it. And then next meeting, y'all let me know whether we want to go forward or not. So questions, comments? Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Williams.
Are we the only small city fighting this battle by ourselves, or are there other small cities that are going to join us in this attempt?
Well, I am going to reach out to them. We may have some others. We do actually have a small city group, I guess you could say, all the mayors that meet on occasion to discuss it. The only other one that I know of that has discussed something like this is the city of Leander. And this was a year ago. I don't know if they're still in that position or not. I know Cap Metro has been working with cities to try and appease them. Like for us, they brought out the door-to-door pickup service. They promised it to us almost a year ago. We didn't actually get it till, what, June? Whenever it was that we actually got it. But they did that in Leander and in Manor. Matter of fact, we were supposed to get it before Leander, but somehow Leander got pushed ahead of us. So I don't know if Leander is still looking at changing things or not, but I will reach out to them. I figured we would also reach out to some of the other communities in our area because we've got Point Venture that pays 1% of their sales tax and actually no service. They have to get to Lago or to Jonestown to even get on the bus. So, you know, Point Venture may be looking at something as well. Jonestown, I'm not sure. But I will reach out to my small cities group and see if anybody is interested. And hopefully they would be. I mean, even if they're not interested in putting it up for a vote, maybe they would be interested in backing the legislative changes. And if that's the case, then we can go to maybe another state rep like Donna Howard in District 46. I don't know if she has any small cities in her district or not, but we may be able to reach out to several or at least more than one state rep to push this forward. So I'll reach out to them.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Just quickly, you know, anything we can do to get out of this, it's my position, my opinion, that anything we can do to get out of this as soon as possible, the better, and get it over into the comp. You know, if the comptroller can make that determination on what the amount is, you know, it's like a bad credit card debt from our youth, where if we're not willing to pay the tab now, what's it going to be in 5 years? It's going to be even bigger. So, and I think we could allocate that 1 cent many other places that would benefit the city. Thank you.
Right, so we will be, regardless of whether we go forward with the legislation or not, council is going to be considering whether we put this up on the 2021 November ballot for the citizens to consider once again. And so, that's a whole separate issue, because now we'll have to look at different things that would come with that decision. So
Looking forward to the new council taking action on it.
yeah, so it's two separate things, and I think we should consider the other one, whether we go for it or not. But tonight is just about the legislation. So, Mr. Collins.
Webster's dictionary has included irregardless as a word.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, to the non-English majors. All the English majors are going, oh my God.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick thought, and that is, if I remember correctly, we allocated $75,000 to the legal / lobbyist at the time to help us try and get that legislation through in 2016, 17, whatever it was. And I'm just wondering if that money may be better spent on the effort to get the item to get out of Cap Metro on the ballot and to educate our citizenry so they understand how they should vote if they want to get rid of it. I think that's really what happened in the previous vote, 2016 vote, is people got confused by the language. And if we just used a small fraction of that 75 grand to educate people, I think we'd end up getting the vote that we want. So just something to consider.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
and that is something we've actually kind of discussed, just here in the building, because we already have the legislation written. I mean, it's possible that we could just move forward with what we have, and we may not actually need to retain legal again. I believe in 2019 we didn't make any changes. We didn't retain anybody in 2019, did we, Josh? We just went forward with what we had. So, it just depends. But I want everybody to look at the legislation and see if they're good with it. And if we are, we can just go. Josh and I will sit in their office and plead again. But yes, good point. Anybody else? Okay. Well, we will move on then. And where am I at? 15, discussion regarding nominees for Travis County Central Appraisal District. I don't know that there's really any discussion that we need to go through tonight. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of this, because it only comes to me and not necessarily all of y'all. But recently we had the applications sent to us whether we wanted to make any nominations for TCAD, and we chose not to nominate anybody. Currently, Tom Buckle is our representative. The city of Lago Vista did not submit anybody. However, other cities have. Rollingwood, Eanes ISD, Leander ISD nominated John Havenstrite, and the city of Cedar Park has nominated Randy Stater. Jonestown, Lakeway, and Leander have renominated Tom Buckle. I know a little bit about Tom Buckle just because he's been out in Jonestown for a long time, but that's really the only person I know. But we do have to have this submitted before December 2nd. So if we want to vote on our representative at TCAD, we need to do it at the next meeting. So I'll put this on here as a heads up to let y'all know that it's going to be coming back on November 19th, and then this at least gives you 2 weeks to look over the 3 nominees and see if you can make a determination on who would you like to represent us at TCAD. So questions, Mr. Collins?
Yes. Do you know, has Mr. Buckle been working with us? So I know we have certain properties that we question the tax on it, whether it's a bit low. That would be the person that we would talk to get these appraisals done on property that we think is undervalued tax-wise. Has he been responsive to that at all?
I don't know if we've reached out. I'll let Aaron answer that a little bit here in a minute. Because he's on the board of directors. I don't know if he would be somebody that we actually reach out to question,
I think so.
or if we have an issue with the appraisal district.
Well, he would be
to him.
Wouldn't he be our point of contact to start with somebody to have appraisals on these undervalued properties? I mean, other than these guys, who do you talk to?
Mayor, we go through the staff, and so we have staff contacts. And so we've had that dialogue with the staff there at the appraisal district.
Yeah, and I know some of the properties that we've recently had them look into, and they came back with an explanation. I'm not going to get into that explanation at this time, but I think if we had a problem with that explanation, that's when we would go to Mr. Buckle and the board of directors. So.
Okay.
So I don't know. I guess we're kind of deciding, are we happy with the board of directors as a whole? And if not, we can possibly change one person on that board of directors. So nobody likes the appraisal district, so you know, it is what it is. You know. Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Tom Buckle, he's kind of semi-retired. You know, I used him a couple of years ago on a matter, and it's just like, oh, you know, real slow to respond. I mean, he's a good guy, but do we have anybody else interested that has the, you know, the availability in their life to?
Well, right now, because we didn't have anybody nominated.
Right. But nobody asked. No, we don't. There's no other names in the pool, right?
Just those 3 that are currently on the list.
Okay, cool.
I brought it to council for some suggestions, and nobody brought any suggestions forward, so we did not submit a nomination.
I remember.
So we're stuck with the 3 that are on the list.
Cool.
Mr. Prince.
It is approaching midnight, so I'm sure we don't want to go too deep on this, and we're planning to discuss it in 2 weeks. Is there anything, I don't think I see in the packet what the job responsibility, I see sort of the resumes of the 3 candidates. Is there anything in the packet or anything we could get to prepare for the next session that describes what the expectations we should have of these people are, what the job description is?
I'll have to pull that up. I believe I copied everything. Let me see here. Make sure. I think I copied.
Rather than answering that question tonight, if we could have the material so that we know, you know, what that looks like when we're voting on this in 2 weeks, that would be helpful.
I'm pretty sure that everything you have in the packet is what was provided to me by TCAD. So responsibilities, I guess we would have to go to the website and research it. I'll look through my paperwork again and see if I can add it to the next one if I have anything. If not, I'll go to the website and see what it says. All right. Anybody else? All right. Number 16 is city manager reports. That's on here, but that's usually done at the second meeting of the month. So we'll move on to number 17, which is consider our schedule and items for future council meetings. There's already some things already listed on here. The Turnback Canyon Trail Conservancy request is scheduled to be brought back to us on the next council meeting. As far as I know, that's still on track. Sale of goods on city-owned property and peddler's permits. This was something that I put on there based on comments made during the council meeting by Tim and Dick. So on this one, that's, I have to defer to the two of y'all whether there was something that y'all want brought to council, and what, or to Aaron or to whoever to see. Y'all have to advise me on that actual topic of whether y'all want something on the agenda for either next meeting or in December or wherever. But so I don't know on that one. I just put it on there because of comments y'all had made. Diversity and Inclusion Committee. I'd had some requests from citizens that they were actually wanting the city to form an official committee to discuss diversity and inclusion. To me, this is kind of a citizen, kind of an advisory group that I personally don't think necessarily needs to be an official committee like we have, but it is something that I am going to include with my informal groups that I have. I have the Welcome Committee. I have a Young Families Advisory Committee, and I have a community outreach group that hopefully we will start meeting again after the first of the year. We've been on hiatus because of the COVID-related stuff and haven't really met, but I hope to get that going back again in January. And so the Diversity and Inclusion Committee is something that I'm going to start informally to start with, and then we'll go from there to see if it's something that needs to be created in the future. But I put that on here just so I can let the citizens know that I am considering their request. Board transparency considerations. This is on the agenda. It's listed for November 19th. But I'm going to ask that it be put on, as a discussion item starting at the first December meeting, not necessarily the November 19th meeting. And so that has been kind of at the request. This also gives my staff time to provide information. So this is what I want council to look at is these virtual meetings like we're having tonight, expanding that to all of our boards and commissions so that the citizens can see them whenever they would like to at their own convenience. So I want that brought forward in December, and staff can, this gives staff time to present, to gather information on the legislative requirements as far as record retention, and then what it would look like cost-wise for us to meet all the requirements for all of our committees, not just city council. So that's that one. And then the building and standards. This has been kind of an issue identified by council and by staff. I think we even talked we had the case tonight, with our builders and some of our contractors and stuff, not meeting our ordinances. And we're looking at putting some additional teeth into our ordinances to hold these contractors and these builders responsible for the things they do, kind of to protect our citizens. So that's something that's actually would be something that will have to go to our Building and Standards Commission prior to coming to council. So it's a lengthy process, but I wanted to get the ball rolling on that. And I think this was something that Paul Roberts had actually brought forward. And so that's all I have at the moment. So I'll let Mr. Roberts address that building standards
Thank you.
request.
So after I got sworn in, I presented it. What I'm doing is I'm trying to enlighten, just tell all of y'all where this conversation came from. I reached out to Aaron and Roy, and also to Mayor Tidwell, and let them share with them, trying to start the conversation on a way to enforce our permitting, get the conversation going on how can we go so far as to license builders. If we can't license builders, can we better enforce the rules with the builders? Could we potentially even go so far as to say that you can't get a building permit if you've got a unresolved judgment against you tied to construction, things of that nature. So just trying to throw some ideas out there. When I was at Mr. Davila's committee just earlier this week, there was some very good conversation going on there, and about the importance of enforcing the rules and not tolerating these builders and subcontractors flouting them. I've spoken with Roy, and you heard Josh earlier this evening say that there's all the builders are doing it. There's not an angel out there, and I'm speaking loosely when I say that. But I think if you gentlemen and staff can work towards something that works to protect our citizens, I think it goes without saying we are all aware of how that could benefit. Just trying to figure out what works is going to be the feat. With that being said, on this topic, I'll close out. But Mr. Mayor, I do want to bring up a couple wish list items for future agenda items. Should I wait or just throw that out now?
You've got the floor at the moment, so go right ahead.
Something else that I've came up at, actually, I don't know, Mr. Davila, Councilman Davila, you might want to speak to it. I don't want to, maybe you were intending to already. So just to be sure, I'm going to defer to you. I was going to suggest, the process. We also look into the signage issue. When I was at your committee's meeting the other night, there were concerns from members about the standards being signage. For example, if you're a national chain, you're an Albertsons or whatever, a Wendy's, you can have a sign this big. But if you're a local non-national company, your sign can't be bigger than this, literally, as I understood it. And maybe Arch can speak to that. And then the other thing that I just wanted to suggest to everyone going forward is maybe have a conversation. One quick thing. I think Roy could use, and this is for future budget talks a year down the road, but maybe consider getting Roy another staff member, someone to help him look at all of these applications that are coming in. help that person could also help with the permitting. And, you know, if somebody is really getting their eyes and delving into these and vetting these applications, it can save staff a lot of time having to fix all the baloney that comes in, that these incomplete applications, where the applications have elevations and heights that are wrong and they're not accurate. I think that could help on the policing side and the enforcement side, perhaps, if there was room in the budget to get some help for Roy in that regard. And then last thing is maybe down the road talk about creating a new zoning district classification that would allow for, instead of our minimum square footage being 1,800 right now, maybe we come up with another zoning district that is a higher square foot minimum, and maybe one that has bigger setbacks that would be conducive to lower density instead of higher density housing. That way, when we see PDDs come before us or applications come before us, we can say, you know, I like it, but I want a motion to approve it with this zoning classification instead, just to give the city council more options to consider down the road. That's my wish list. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Davila.
Yes, Mayor, as you know, our charter says that it is to be reviewed at least every 4 years. 2 years ago, we went through this process, and I think that it's time to do that again. So I would suggest that we have that discussion at the next meeting as to whether or not we should move forward with seating that particular committee, which was the Charter Review Committee of 2018. With regards to the building standards, I think the things that were voiced by Roberts are that I think he should know that we've had a discussion in the past, and a lot of the things that come out of building and standards start with a discussion point. The discussion point about licensing has been there before. We had some disagreement about how to go about doing that sort of thing, but certainly that is something that we need to talk about. I think that there is quite a bit of frustration, I would say, on the part of our staff, as well as some other people that are directly involved with the fact that there's a lot of things that are going on without permits, without really any penalty that means anything to stop some of the things that frustrate our staff. So that's something that needs to be discussed there, and certainly will be discussed in future commission meetings. So those are the two things that I have.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Two things. One, we did put into the budget for Roy to have an assistant come into play. So that's money has already been allocated for that. Secondly, I've always seen that at the beginning of a new council that we had a workshop. And I know COVID-19 has thrown a wrinkle into that where I don't know how we would do it, but I was wondering if maybe we could have some future dates on when we might be able to have a city council workshop where we discuss all the different avenues and issues that we want to address. You know, I mean, I thought that was helpful when I first became a council member, and it was helpful on the second go round when I was a council member.
All right. And I'm glad you brought that up. That reminded me, I did have something else on my list.
Help us.
I have a few other things. I need, for the November 19th meeting, I need the consideration of the next mayor pro tem put on the agenda. It'll be time to appoint a new mayor pro tem. I also, along with David Williams, scheduling the retreat. I was going to wait till the next meeting to canvass the new members to see what date would be available for everybody that we could agree on. I would like to get it done sometime in December if possible. So yes, the retreat is definitely something that we will hold, whether it'll be virtually or in person yet, I don't know. We can decide that going forward. And I have this is not a agenda type item, but just while it's on the top of my head for the new members, Kevin and Paul that are in attendance, I would like to meet with the new members so we can have just a basic orientation sometime next week if possible, or before the next council meeting. And I'll send y'all out an email, find out some good dates for everybody. What else? Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Mayor, would it be possible to add a discussion item on the agenda about the configuration for the executive session? I'm not claiming I have the answers, but I just don't feel like the way it's being conducted now, it's very respectful of the citizens, making them sit out for some indeterminate amount of time before it comes back. Could we at least discuss it and come up with maybe some ideas for something, a configuration that might be more respectful to citizens?
Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I know we have some, yeah, we'll definitely have to discuss it. We had some legal, it has to do with the record retention type thing. This is the reason we've got it structured the way we do right now. So I don't know, we'll all discuss it and see if what we have available to us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Well, if that is everything, make sure I have nothing else on here. All right. I don't see anything else, so I will go ahead and call this meeting adjourned at 12:11 a.m. We bring
Have a
Mr.
good
Ron, we bring Paul in, and we have the longest executive